While still standing, let me invite to stage the Honorable Adero Hassan from Garissa and the Honorable Rose Mutai from Kericho to lead us in prayer.
Good morning. Let's pray. اللهم ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار. ربنا ظلمنا أنفسنا وإن لم تغفر لنا وترحمنا لنكونن من الخاسرين. ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار. وصلى الله على نبينا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. آمين.
We continue praying. Father, in the mighty name of Jesus, we come before you this morning. We thank you for the gift of life. We thank you for our leaders. Thank you for our country. Lord, we ask for your blessings. Bless our nation. Bless our leaders from the head to the bottom. Lord, bless our families. I pray for the sick. I lift them up. Give them medicine from above. Grant journey mercies for all the travelers of the world. Open our hearts, open our minds for whatever we do, maybe for the betterment of this country. Lord, for we are closing today, I ask for your journey mercies as we travel back home. Lead every member present here today that he may arrive home safely. We ask all this, trusting and believing in the mighty name of Jesus.
Thank you. Please be seated. Thank you, Mheshimiwa Adero and Mheshimiwa Rose Mutai. Hi, wageni waheshimiwa, members of county assemblies from all the 47 counties, the speakers, our distinguished guests, members of our panel today, our rapporteurs, sergeant at arms, the choirs, brass band, culture troop. Msijali, nimewaona, nitawapatia muda, nitakuja kwenu, msitie shaka. Nasema asante. Today feels like closing day, eh? Sindio? Waheshimiwa, si mulienda, leo ni closing day, mbona hamna raha? Ama mwataka tuendelee? Tunaweza endelea? Padiem tunaweza sort. Padiem tunaweza sort tuendelee, sindio? But anyway, it's going to be a wonderful day despite the weather. At least the room is warm. And the discussion, trust me, it's going to be amazing. Kama vile jana tunaendelea na hai mpaka tufike wakati wa kufunga shughuli yetu. Sawa sawa. Nawashukuru sana kwa kufanya muda kuwa pamoja nasi, and I know there are many other members who are going to be joining us later on. But thank you. Thank you. I want to proceed immediately because being mindful of time, we want to get into general session number 4. This is day 3, Wednesday 19th, March 2025 of our 5th Legislative Summit. The session is very important to all of us, securing the future of MCAs, rethinking the pension scheme. Sindio? Mapato. Mara nyingi tunahudumia wananchi. Sindio? Halafu siku ya kuenda home, siku ile ule mwananchi anakutuma home. Unakuta yeye anaendelea na maisha vizuri, halafu wewe onge. Pesa? Exactly. Sasa leo tutaka tupate kwa wataalam na kutoka kwenu njia bora ya kuwekeza, njia bora ya kuweka akiba kwa siku za usoni. Najua ni swala ambalo tuliligusia jana, but today, trust me, the experts who are here will give you all the nitty-gritties about how to change our lives for the future. Without further ado, I want to start with our first guest, kutoka mamlaka ya retirement benefits, mamlaka ambayo ni maarufu sana, ndio wanatuwekea fedha zetu za kwenda retire. Bwana Charles Mashira, the chief executive, would have loved to be here, but is committed with a board meeting. Hata hivyo, amemtuma a very able gentleman kuja kutuanzishia kwa a wonderful presentation just to discuss and set the ball rolling about Retirement Benefits Authority. I don't know if I should make a disclosure. I didn't know he was going to come, but he's my relative. He's my own what? relative. Kwa hivyo nampa heshima kuu sana, kwa sababu najua anafahamu haya mambo. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for John Kerr, the Assistant Director, Market Conduct and Industry Development, all the way from the Retirement Benefits Authority. Karibu sana.
Asante sana kaka na hamjambo. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, honorable ladies and gentlemen. Let me rely on the protocols that Nimrod has observed to kickstart this particular session. As he mentioned, I am here on behalf of the Retirement Benefits Authority, and more particularly the Chief Executive Officer, Mr. Charles Mashira, who conveys his apologies, but also sends his greetings. Mumepokea salamu zake? Asanteni. And of course, the entire fraternity of the RBA. We are happy, we are privileged to be here to participate in this important summit relating to matters close to our hearts. These are matters relating to retirement benefits, our financial future. I do not have a presentation. I will be speaking of some remarks that I had put down. But at the end of this engagement and leading into the panel is for me to trigger our thoughts and for us to have a conversation about a way forward that will tap on the benefits that I am going to highlight we can get through retirement benefits scheme. So it is my esteemed honor to grace this 5th Legislative Summit of the County Assemblies Forum, which is testament to the progress made in entrenching devolution in our country. In this regard, allow me to start off by congratulating the County Assembly Forum for this event and for the great work it continues to do in support of devolution. In addition to the constitution and other legislative frameworks that have been discussed during this summit, other institutions in the county governments and, of course, the financial resources that county governments receive and generate, a key resource in ensuring the continued success of devolution are you and the many other Kenyans that work in county governments. As you execute your respective roles, we appreciate the various arrangements in place to cater for compensation and welfare. It's also paramount to ensure that all county workers have adequate arrangements to cater for their lives after they complete their respective tours of duties. In this regard, the authority notes that most county employees are members of various registered retirement benefit schemes and are therefore securing their futures. But what about you, members of county assemblies? Are you securing your financial future? Before I delve into that discussion, let me take this opportunity to share some highlights about the Kenyan retirement benefits sector as of today. Legislatively, the sector is anchored on the Retirement Benefits Act and its subsidiary regulations. However, other related acts include the National Social Security Fund Act, NSSF Act, and the Public Sector Service Superannuation Scheme Act, and of course, the Pensions Act. Oversight for these acts is carried out by the Retirement Benefits Authority and the National Treasury through the Department of Pensions. With respect to the RBA, we have various mandates, key of which is to regulate the establishment of schemes and their management thereof, protect the interests of members. So if you are a member of a scheme, we protect that interest that you have in that scheme. Promote the development of the sector and to advise the government on policy issues relating to the sector. Through the execution of this mandate, the industry has grown, and to date, we have over 2 trillion Kenya shillings held in about 1,000 registered retirement schemes. These 2 trillion shillings account to, on average, 7 million Kenyans who are members of the respective schemes. And this translates to a coverage of 26% of the total workforce. At this point, reflect is if 26% of us working Kenyans are covered by retirement schemes, what about the balance of 74? Obviously, coverage is still pretty low if we are to consider the welfare of every working Kenyan. Stakeholders in the retirement sector constitute the employers, or who we call sponsors. In this particular case, it would be the county assemblies. In my case, it is the Retirement Benefits Authority. You, the members, trustees, and various service providers, administrators, managers, custodians, actuaries, auditors, legal advisors. Some are represented here and will form part and parcel of the panel. Collectively, we work collaboratively to ensure that different schemes are run effectively for the benefit of the members and the beneficiaries. And there are many different types of schemes. I have seen County State Officers Pension Fund being one of the key sponsors of this event. That's just one of the 1,000 schemes that we have, and this particular scheme, in terms of its design, is just one of several variations that we can have. Maybe I can take this opportunity to say that we have different types of schemes. We have occupational schemes, which relate to RBA where I am employed. I am a member by virtue of occupation. But we also have umbrella schemes, which your scheme is such. An umbrella scheme is one that constitutes of many different employers under it. And we also have individual schemes. And from my earlier engagements with your administrator, I am aware that some of you do contribute your retirement benefits to their individual schemes. So that's well and good. So we have those types of schemes. Schemes can also be categorized through their design, whether you contribute or whether there is a benefit that has been promised, how they are invested, and also the payment option, whether it is a pension or a provident. Allow me to also say that your scheme is modeled to be a pension scheme, which will pay you a pension upon retirement. That said, there are numerous benefits of saving through a retirement benefits scheme. The primary one being securing your financial future. But there are reasons why we have, as an authority, advocate for saving through a retirement benefits scheme. The first key thing is that your money is well managed because it is well regulated. The sector is well regulated. Secondly is that these funds are well invested. We have an elaborate investment structure through which the funds are invested. There are tax benefits that will accrue to these savings, and ultimately, these savings are paid to you in a manner to manage that will be able to cater for your life after you retire, for the entire duration of your life after you retire. So the benefits of saving through retirement benefit schemes cannot be overstated. And I stand here to challenge us to save through a retirement benefit scheme, if we are not already doing that. Obviously, there have been challenges since the sector operates in a dynamic space. Challenges relating to legal and regulatory framework coordinations. I did mention earlier that we have 4 acts that oversee this particular sector. There's need for collaboration of the provisions of those various acts. There's low retirement coverage. There's the issue of access of your benefits every time you move employment, and therefore it translates to inadequate benefits when you retire. There are various issues relating to taxation and the limitations of benefits when we talk about medical and housing. And the government has sought to address this by launching and issuing a national retirement benefits policy that speaks to all these particular issues. So back to my earlier question, what about the members of county assemblies? You have 2 options when it comes to retirement. There is the issue of pension and there is the issue of gratuity. And the law provides that for a member serving for a fixed term of office shall be paid a service gratuity at the rate of 31% of the annual pensionable emoluments, or where a scheme has been established for members serving for a fixed term of office, the SRC shall review and set the rate of contributions by the employer to the scheme. So your employer in this particular case, the county assembly. Now, from a regulatory perspective, we are aware that the scheme exists, but the county state officers' pension fund is yet to be activated. And therefore, contributions into that particular scheme are yet to start. The authority has already registered this particular scheme back in 2022. It is an umbrella scheme, as I had preceded to say. It is a pension scheme. It is funded through contributions, defined contributions, and basically is an opportunity, is a special purpose vehicle for you, members of the county assembly, to save for your retirement. Now, to go forward from a regulatory perspective, we appreciate that there are already existing arrangements and there's need for transition from your contributions to individual pension plans to this umbrella scheme. And to facilitate this, the authority has already approved all the necessary documents to ensure that transition is done. Therefore, we are here to challenge us all, particularly the sponsor, the County Assembly Fund, Assemblies Forum, and us as members, potential members of this scheme, to work hand in hand to ensure that we transition from our current arrangements to being members and contributing into the county assemblies, otherwise known as COSOP scheme. This is a special purpose vehicle for you as members of the county assembly. Special purpose how? Currently, those who are saving through individuals have to comply with the required terms and conditions of an individual pension scheme. But when it comes to a special purpose scheme, it is tailored to suit your respective employment terms. We know the term of an MCA is 5 years, renewable, but because of that, it is important to design an investment strategy that would cater for that medium-term membership, if I can call it that. So this scheme has taken all those aspects into consideration and therefore is ripe to be used for purposes of your savings. So from a regulatory perspective, we need the county assemblies to ensure that they have signed off deeds of adherence. This is the instrument committing to paying contributions to this particular scheme and enrolling to this particular scheme. We recommend that this is done within stipulated timelines. We already know that saving in such an arrangement, time is a factor because of the aspect of investments and compound interest, etc. So sign the deeds of adherence to ensure that you join this particular scheme and this scheme gets activated. From a regulatory standpoint, we will ensure that the scheme complies with all the requirements. As we speak, the scheme has all the structures in place. It does have an administrator, CPF, a fund manager, and also a custodian. The trustee is there. So everything is in place. It just needs the various assemblies to activate. As I've already alluded to, there are long-term benefits of joining this particular scheme. I'll not repeat that particular issue. And we already know that there are such schemes that exist. The parliamentary scheme is also modeled along these particular lines. There's nothing wrong with you. Yesterday, we were somewhere and we were talking. I had one of the politicians who was talking yesterday. Instead of using the word benchmark, he said peer-to-peer review. So there's nothing wrong with having a peer-to-peer review with this particular scheme to see what works and what doesn't. The time now is ripe for you to get everything right, the structures right for you to ensure that that scheme rolls out. Lastly, is to emphasize that planning for retirement is key. If you fail to plan for your retirement, you are planning to fail. And therefore, ladies and gentlemen, because we know our job, the issue of job security, particularly for elected positions, is quite dicey. It's important for us to use every opportunity that we have to plan ourselves, to plan for our welfare and to plan for that time when we'll have stopped retiring. Remember, for an MCA, retirement comes not by age, but by either being elected or not elected. And therefore, it's important for you to have this issue of retirement in the forefront of all your plans. Having said that, I want to appreciate the various stakeholders who we have worked with as an authority to ensure that these arrangements are in place, including the sponsor, the County Assembly Forum, not only for their cooperation in ensuring that the scheme was well established and they comply with everything, but also all the other support that we got from the county governments and the national government, various offices. So with that, I leave us with that question. The ball is on our court. It's up to us to ensure that we get our scheme running and growing and working for us. So what do you say, ladies and gentlemen? Are you ready for us to collaborate to make our scheme a model scheme? I don't hear. All right, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. And with that, let me hand over back to Nimrod to take us through the next stage. Thanks.
Thank you, Makofi. And John, let me indulge you, tafadhali. Usiondoke. Take the second seat, tafadhali. Asante. All right, asante. Hi, si tumefaidika. Ameset hiyo ball rolling vizuri, si ndio? Najua kuna maswali hapa na pale. In order to enable us to move forward, let me invite members of our panel today so that we can have a very, very fruitful discussion. Let me first begin by inviting Dr. Lona Mumelo, HSC. She's a former member of the Parliamentary Service Commission. Karibu sana, madam. Makofi kwake tafadhali. From the Salaries and Remuneration Commission, I want to invite on Mr. Mohamed Adan, who is a commissioner, and also ably representing Mr. Sami Chepkwony, who is the chairperson. Karibu sana, Bwana Mohamed. Makofi kwake tafadhali. Let me also invite to stage the Honorable Josiah Thiriku, the Speaker of the County Assembly of Embu. Karibu sana, Mheshimiwa. Asante sana. Let me invite also to the stage George Okioma, the Director, External Pension and Administration. Karibu sana. Last but not least, let me invite also CHRP Kuresha Abdullahi, who is the Executive Director, IHRM. Karibu sana. Na ili tuwe na mwongozo mzuri na utaratibu, nataka nimuite moderator wa siku, si mwingine mwenzenu kabisa, the Secretary General of the County Assemblies Forum, who also doubles up as the MCA for Ngara in the constituency of Starehe, Nairobi County, Mheshimiwa Chege Maura. Karibu sana. Atakuwa moderator wetu. Na tuwe na wakati mzuri. Kumbukeni kama tulivyofanya hapo awali, tutawapa nafasi pia ya kuwa na maswali na kadhalika. Karibu sana.
Thank you so much, colleagues and all the distinguished participants. Hamjambo. Hamjambo tena. Let me thank you for coming for this important session. This session is part of welfare issues zetu. So I think just to explain the setup, you've heard all the panelists that are here. My role will be to guide the conversation. Of course, first and foremost, get initial remarks from the panel, and then delve deeper in how they marry to issues that are affecting county assemblies. Alafu nifungue mchakato for you to be able to answer. So I'll mix the language like that so that it's easier for everyone to understand. Iko sawa? And I'll also ask the panelists ambao they are sector experts. Ujaribu reduce language yako. Unajua mimi ni mtu wa mtaa. Ndio tu understand. Mimi sijapata pension bado. So understand vile niweze understand virahisi kabisa. Tuko sawa? Is that okay? Is that a good place to start? Very well. Maybe I'll start from standing here and then to Katie baadaye. Everyone has a mic. Asante sana. I'm told I'm supposed to go up to, I have 11:30 lazima nikuwe nimechomoka hapa. Sawa? So that tusikosane juu ya time. So we have a first 1 hour tukizungumuza and then tukienda tukitela make. I'm promising I'll keep time. Asante sana. Very well. Thank you so much, our presenter. You set us up very well. Maybe with you because you mentioned us as peers to National Assembly and peers to Senate as well, and peers to women reps, because we are all legislatures. In your view, number one, is there justification that whatever happens at the national level should, with modification kidogo, happen at the counties as well? Tuanze na wewe. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for that question, and swali zuri. Now, your question is a bit broad, but let me narrow it down to retirement benefits and pension, because when we talk about various other issues, maybe the answer would be different. But when it comes to the aspect of retirement benefits, my simple answer would be yes. In Kenya, the underpinning for retirement benefits is the Act, and the Act applies across board to the various different types of governments. Secondly, we have the policy, the national pension policy, which is also cutting across the various arrangements that exist for the different types of government. So, yes, it would be proper or prudent to have, shall I say, a replica adjusted to cater for the different arrangements in county assemblies, because these particular policies tend to address all specific issues.
Thank you. That's very good. So when we now talk to SRC and ask that whatever happens at the national level should also with minimum modification happen at the county, we are not being exuberant. Karibu sana parliamentary service. Swali yetu tu ni rahisi. What happens at the National Parliamentary Service Commission is very, very fair to its members of parliament. So to explain here, and you've been a very good commissioner, I am told you served like for 6 years. What happens? And what, in terms of the benefit, the retirement scheme that parliament runs, what, in a brief format, what does it entail? And how do we mirror that, and what we can replicate to the county assemblies? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. You see, in Article 43, subsection 3 of the Constitution, every person is supposed to have the right to social security. All of us, including members of the county assembly, they are supposed to get the social security, especially when they retire. And our constitution is very clear, there should be no discrimination. So whatever is happening at the national level should also happen at the county level. The good news is, whatever is happening at the National Assembly, there was a law that was passed. So my only urge I'll have is for you to follow the procedure. Like when you go through what is happening at Parliament now, the Senate has proposed a bill, and it was given by Senator of the Leader of Majority, Cheriot, and he has presented. That bill has gone several steps. It is nearly getting over because the Senate has approved it, and it is getting now, they have had public participation, which is actually talking about MCAs getting pension. We are going to have a scheme for MCAs, and now we are waiting for the National Assembly just to concur with what the Senate is doing, and it will soon be law.
Thank you. Now, what the bill at the Senate is providing for is 12% from the employer.
Yes.
And 7.5% from the employee, which is us.
Yes.
The current situation is 31% from the employer as gratuity.
Yes.
What happens in what happens in Parliament? How much is the contribution?
In National Assembly, a third is given by the employee, 2/3 is given by the government.
Sasa kwa nini usituambie?
So you should do the same.
Sababu tuna 31%. Sasa law ikiturudisha 12%, alafu sisi tu contribute 7.5. Sio ni 19.5.
Yes.
Hata basi bacha tubaki gratuity. Ama?
Yeah.
Sasa sisi tunataka utuambie hii a third na 2/3.
Yes.
Inawezekana so that huyu mtu wa retirement atuambie is it possible in that kind of a scheme, what law is required, and if it's not, tujipange na njia ingine.
And you lobby with the Senate so that the Senate now proposes that, and then you start now following keenly what are they proposing and how are you going to benefit from it, so that what members of Parliament are getting, you also get the same.
We can get that as a resolution. Tuachane na mambo ya 12, tuingie ile ambayo ina mira si ndio? Ama Kureshi, Dr. Kureshi.
And just to say something,
Yes, sema kitu. Yeah.
you can only get that, like the members of parliament are only getting that pension if they go for 2 terms. If they go for 1 term, they get gratuity.
Which is at 31%.
At 1%. And you cannot get both. You can only get 1.
That's a very good addition. Nani amechapa 2 terms hapa? Nani amengoja? I just want to know by a show of hands. 2 terms, 1 term. Aya. So since watu wa 2 term mshakula gratuity ya zamani, huwezi kula this, you can only start from this one moving to the next so that we are clear. Sawa. Haya, Kureshi Abdullahi, from you are an executive director from HR from the HR background. Your discussion tunasema, is it realistic? Is it fair? And using the HR practices, are we on course or are we demanding a crazy demand?
Thank you. I think first we need to, first of all, understand, I don't want to consider this as a demand, but let me just put it into perspective from HR point of view. We ensure that within our workplaces, which you fit into, that we look out for your physical well-being, your mental well-being, social well-being, and also financial well-being. Having said that, now mirroring what happens at National Assembly to county assemblies, you do legislations, representation, and oversight. So you've already borrowed heavily from each other. Now, going to the best practices within HR. Yes, the law has a definition for anyone who is on a fixed term contract, like let's say 5 years. Remember, re-election is not guaranteed for MCAs, the same way it's not guaranteed for parliament, that after 5 years, then you get your gratuity. Then what happens if you serve again for another 5 years? You can ask for the pension, but it has to be within a legal framework. I think that is key. You've mentioned that if I'm getting, right now I'm getting 31%, why should I go for 12%? And I'm sure my colleague from RBA will tell you that once you put your 12% and then the 12% from employer and your 7.5, then you put it in pension, it starts earning for you interest. So it's a long term. In fact, it's more of your peace of mind than, for lack of better word, and you say to me very simple words, getting gratuity means eating your tomorrow today, okay? And statistics are out there that when you retire, which I want to put after the 5 years, it has been reported in 2024 by RBA, like 73%, whatever that you've saved is not enough for you, 73% of those who are not employed. And again, when you look at it, those who are 60 and above, in some countries, retiring at 60 is discrimination, but in our country is low. So we should focus on equity, and that is what we promote. And for the well-being of the MCAs, it's important that the conversation for your future in terms of financial well-being is discussed, but within a legal framework that protects both yourselves and your employer. Thank you.
I get it, but 12 plus 7.5% is 19%. 19.5. Na gratuity ni 31. Whichever way you want to look at it, ni ndogo kuliko hii. And that's why we are saying it is retrogressive. So what we wanted to know from an HR point of view is if peer-to-peer makes sense, then is it okay to follow the law and request that we also, whatever happens at the national level with minimum modifications, happen at the county level? Just that.
That is very much okay.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Haya. Speaker wangu. Bari Embu.
Embu ni kuzuri.
Sawa. Speaker Thiriku is the chair of all the speakers. Kuna chair wa forum na chair wa speakers. So he's been following up his issues of pensions, and that's why you're in the, on the panel. And of course, you've done also 2 terms.
Yes.
Tell us, number one, what do we have? Is it fair? And what do you think we should do? And what are the discussions that we've been having so far?
So thank you very much, moderator. Very good morning to all of us. And first and foremost, I must say that this is a good discussion. This is a debate that should be having on our welfare. Instead of talking of who should be here or who should not be here, this should be the real debate within CAF and within the honorable members of the county assemblies. Now, moderator, my colleague panelists, honorable speakers, honorable members of the county assemblies, this pension issue has been with us for quite some time. And when we were doing our write-ups to SRC, to Parliament, to CRA, to all the bodies, this was one of the issues that we were pushing for. And what we were saying right from the start is that county assemblies, honorable members of the county assemblies, just like parliamentarians, should have a pension. And it is true, what we've been told, that our model is more or less what Parliament has. Now, honorable colleagues, every time we talk about financial autonomy, we have been meant to think is a delink, I think is a delinking of the county assemblies from the county executives when it comes to accessing funds. Far from it. When we were talking of financial autonomies, what we really meant was that apart from the delinking of the assemblies and the executives when accessing funds, is that we really wanted the county assembly service boards to be autonomous bodies. Bodies enough to determine what is best for their members. And one of the issues was on this pension, that the county assemblies service boards are autonomous bodies that will determine under the legal framework that we've been told by Koreshi, what is available, what we can do, what we can pay, what we can offer members of the county assemblies in terms of pension, allowances, and salaries. It was a cumulative thing. Now, to the question that you've asked me, what is it that you're having today? Today we are having 31% of the basic pay. You know, we may tend to think that it is 31% of what we earn, what is in your pay slip. No, it is 31% of your basic pay. The basic pay for this financial year, I think, should be around 96,000. We started at 92. No, we started at 92 first year. I think it has jumped to 90 something. We should be around 96, 97. So what we're expecting this year, no, 92. Because 86 was based on the last term's salary, I think, which was, 144. If you do, is it 61%? 60% of 144 gives us the basic. So I think it could be 86, then it jumped to 92, then we are now at 96. Next financial year, we shall be maybe at 100 or thereabout. And in the final year, we shall be at 1 or something. So that is the percentage, that is the amount that is going to give us the 31%. Now, what are we proposing? If you look at the proposal that we gave, it was mirrored on the 2/3 by the employer and 1/3 by the respective MCA. And how did you want to go about it? What we wanted to do was, one, when we were putting up that proposal, we were 4 years to 2027. Now we are 2.5 years to 2027. And what we were saying is that the county assemblies on their own, apart from instead of requesting for extra funds from Treasury through SRC and CRA, that was that within our existing budgets, moderator, within our existing budgets, we would be able to get a 1/3 contribution by each and every MCA and the 2/3 contribution by the employer. And we were even ready to include something we call a buyback clause. A buyback clause means that if you've served one term you can buy the other term. You can contribute your 30%. That means you forego your gratuity so that you qualify for pension. And that is what we had put across. And what I would really want to say is that all we require, because the acts are there already, the RBA Act is there, the pension fund is there. This thing of Senate and the National Assembly may take another 1 year. Mm-hmm. If it takes another 1 year, honorable members, it means we shall be left with one financial year to implement the pension scheme. Yeah. It will not be possible. What we were asking for is SRC to take an administrative action and ensure that members of the county assemblies, or of course their speakers, are included in the Pension Act. And through the State Officers Pension Fund for the county assemblies, we establish the fund. And within our budgets, we shall be able to forego some of the things that we think are not necessary and make a contribution to this scheme so that when all of us ultimately get to 2027, we shall be having something to rely on. But these Senate, having done the pension, then taking it to county assemblies, the National Assembly, colleagues, it will be 2027 before this thing is passed, yet we require it now. Moving forward, we have 2 financial years. Yeah. If SRC agrees with us, we have 2 financial years where we can save the unnecessaries from our budgets and ensure that we put money in 2 financial years to this scheme. And I can assure you, by 2027, all of us will be having a pension scheme.
Thank you. Very good. I allowed you latitude because you are a speaker and you contribute to the funds so that tuone how it works. Sasa umetuambia you'd rather do this, tuachane na history ya bunge sana, we work with what we can have currently. And usually assemblies are either I don't know if you know, most of our pensions, the scheme is either lap fund or CPF. Sasa, Jojo Kioma, karibu. Part of our members are your people at CPF. Number 1, I want us now to go to figures from what Speaker Thiriku has left, because you've been there. So assuming, give us a rough figure of what to expect for a member at 31%, vile iko sahi, how much are you supposed to get, and is it lump sum or not? And then the other question, ndakuachia hiyo round ingine ni utuambie, tukienda na pension according to plan, how much are we talking about, so that we now tuilete in where the rubber meets the road completely. Karibu, George.
Thank you, moderator, and good morning, Waheshimiwa. I'll give an illustration. You've now asked me to give an illustration, but I'm sure I'll be able to give you maybe before at the end of the panel. Yes, indeed. With your guidance, and I know we've traveled this journey together, CPF team and CAF, in terms of trying to get a solution, knowing how the legislative process takes and how long it takes. I like what Speaker Embu has mentioned, that we need to take advantage of what we already have at the moment, even as we pursue the legislative agenda. It will be much easier to deal with SRC, in my view, because they are here, you can see, and SRC has been very supportive from the word go when you started establishing the County State Officers Retirement Benefit Scheme. It may have its own flaws or its weaknesses, but I think at least you have something to negotiate from. You're not starting from scratch. To be honest, moderator, the current bill as drafted, and if it goes as it is significantly inferior to what you are getting. So it will not even on proportionate arrangement to what the National Assembly is getting. It is way, way off. From a comparative basis, it's like comparing apples with bananas. They are not the same. There is no relationship completely. So the contributions you are getting in, the benefits, completely different. They are more superior than what is being proposed. So I bet maybe it lacked some bit of intensive public participation from the county assemblies before that bill goes up. But that notwithstanding, from the county state officers which you established sometime in September 2022, we now have around 21 county assemblies which are contributing to the county state officers retirement benefit scheme. What it basically does, you bring in your 31% is converted into pension, and I'm happy that a number of you are actually doing additional voluntary contributions and into that scheme. There are other benefits which may come along the way, but they can be an issue of discussion between yourself and SRC, as the speaker mentioned. Things to do with how can you, instead of them completely removing your 31%, you can be allowed to add more contributions into it without necessarily reducing the contributions you're already making. That way, at least you will be able to have something that is substantial. The expectation in retirement or at the end of your term is at least you can have up to 70% of your retiring salary. At least if you are able to get 70% of what you are getting now as a salary in retirement, or at the end of your term, it can fairly compensate you. It can fairly compensate you for your living expenses. But currently, if it just goes as it is, that at the end of your term, you go and access all your savings, before you know it, you don't come back, then you are likely to find yourself in financial distress. So that is why then this pension arrangement will try to protect you against that eventuality. Even if you don't come back, at least you will come back to your pension scheme. We will give you some relief in terms of monthly pension. Thank you.
So what George is saying, first of all, is we should not access the lump sum. Sindio? And also he's proposing that we should not support the current bill as is. I think those are part of the things that can make the resolution. Lakini niliuliza story ya figure, as used even last term. What is a reasonable, whatever, I don't know whatever percentage you usually compile it to, so that the HR person alikuwa nauliza it's better to eat it early. We contribute your salary package comes with the 31% included as well. So it is upon the assembly to also remit to the pensions. The other question I'll ask later is about remittances, but as far as it's concerned, the lump sum bit is roughly how much, and then we will compare it with if you are to get it staggered. You and the pack badai. You want to say something?
Yes, yeah. Yes. From a very basic illustration, assume in the course of your 5-year term, you have saved, speak only for illustration, and it may not be far off. Assume you've saved your 3 million at the end of your term. The pension, the way it is structured, will provide you with a portion of your 3 million as cash lump sum, and a portion of the balance as a monthly pension, which is in form of a regular pay on retirement or post that. If you are approximately around 50 years of age at the point of you exiting, and you have done your 5-year term with around 3 million, for argument's sake, you will be paid 1/3, that is 1 million, to you as a monthly pension, as cash lump sum. 2 million will be paid to you as a regular pension. That will translate to around 21,000 per month for life. It may appear a small amount of money, but it is, I've told you, it is pegged on that saving. And you may wish to say, instead of commuting all of it into the 1 million into cash, you can be paid the entire 3 million in form of a regular pay, which will come to around, if you put in 3 million, you buy what's called a monthly pension, you can get around 31,000 payable per month, payable for life. But if you are around 50 years and above, because if you are younger, then it means you have slightly longer period, so the amount will come slightly down low. So these illustrations, we can do them on regular basis through regular sensitization, such that you can see how can I top up such that I have more in retirement than less. Thank you.
Very good. So unatuambia kuna possibility, even as things go, there's a way we can have a pension of some amount until our life, nimemaliza na maisha yangu hapa duniani.
Yes.
Haya, Commissioner Mohamed, karibu. Karibu.
Thank you, Honorable MC and moderator. First of all, let me thank you for inviting us to this session.
Na nilikuwa nataka tu useme tu jina yako na wewe una represent nani kwa commission. Nisukume swali ya kwanza.
Okay. Thank you. First of all, I'm honored to be here and to take part in this discussion, which is very important for us. My name, as requested, is Mohamed Aden, Commissioner at SRC. And at SRC, I represent the county governments. I was nominated by the Senate on behalf of the county government, and therefore I represent the team that is here. So I feel at home, and I'm delighted to participate in this discussion.
Thank you. Wale watu wako huko kwa mitandao, nipatieni Article 230. Article 230 is the one that mandates SRC. And for your information, SRC is a commission that deals with salaries and remuneration commission. And the commissioners represent specific interests. Tumeelewana? So other than the chair, si PSC iko na mtu yake hapo, si JSC, Judicial Service Commission iko na mtu yake, si watu wa Atuoli, nitafutieni hiyo kitu bana. Watu wasifikirie na wapee story. Atuoli, workers. Police Service Commission, hapo. Tunaelewana? Na wapee time, nani wengine? Who else is in the nime mention kama watano. Teacher Service Commission, iko na mtu hapo. Who else? Military. Yes, leta hii kitu bana. 233. There shall be, nipatieni kitu nasoma bana. Is this one? No, rudi chini. 2, nipatie. Okay, give me number 1. 230, just give me 230. Yeah, there shall be established a Salaries and Remuneration Commission. The Salaries and Remuneration Commission shall consist the following persons appointed by the President. So chairperson, I represent any forum. Then one person nominated by the following bodies from among persons who are not members or employees of these bodies. So Parliamentary Service Commission, Public Service Commission, hii ni ile ya nini? PSC, ile ya kuandika watu national. Judicial Service Commission, Teacher Service Commission, tuendelee. The Police Service Commission, Defense Council, the Senate on behalf of county governments. Alafu sasa watu wa Kinatulu wanaingia employers na nini na nini. Why I wanted that thing to be there is the biggest problem we've been having is not getting our person kwa SRC. Sasa umefanya, hata ni vizuri chairman akukuja akatuma mtu wetu hapa. So from day one, when ndio chair wa hii union, kwetu SRC. Makosa yetu yote, wewe ndio utakuwa tu represent huko. Tuko sawa? Kuanzia hapo.
Yes, that's okay.
Thank you very much. Sasa wamekufanyia induction?
Yes, let me first of all demystify something.
Yes.
Yes, it's true SRC has got representations from different institutions. And all these institutions are represented because they have a stake in what SRC does. But the overall thing is SRC has got a mandate. And the mandate is, part of it is what we're discussing today, which is the pension. Ours is to set remunerations, including the pension schemes. For the public, or for state officers, we set and review for state officers. But for the counties and the national government, we also advise on the remunerations for other public officers. So that is the mandate. And as we go about the mandates, there are principles that also guide us, including the fairness, transparency, equity, and all those that are detailed in the act that you have just portrayed. But that said, when we're in the commission, we don't make the commission a small assembly or the parliament, National Assembly, by saying that my constituency wants this and this, and we need roads, we need that, we need that. We look at the overall mandate and how we deliver within the parameters that were set by the law.
So are you telling us that the one for JSC hakuji kuongea mambo ya judiciary, anakuja kuset fairness na, you know, it needs to be very clear so that when members know that is the route, because we're elected by Senate for county governments. And by the way, in the former SRC, the person who was occupying your seat was a CEC member. And that's why the CECs and that's why the chief officers moved I started in 2013. My salary and their CEC ilikuwa no, chief officer was the same. Ni uongo, watu wa 2013. Yao ikasonga, yetu ikusonga. I understand because alikuwa hiyo pande. Sasa wewe, huwezi kuja kutuambia ati sasa, ati we kazi yako ni kufea. You must, otherwise we will be very rough. We want you from the onset to own this constituency as an obligation. Fairness will come. I can read you to 35. Hiyo law nimekuwa nayo sana. And these members have been asking CAF, are you talking to these people? Tukafanya job description, tukafanya evaluation. Hii vitu uliona kukurukakara, pressure ni yenu. So we need to know if you are willing to represent us fully. If not, we start taking immediate measures of remedying our representative in that commission. Very fast.
Thank you.
Sorry to being rough, but I really want us to be on that page as we move.
Thank you. You're not rough, you're just asking what you're supposed to. And I want to assure the members here, and the speaker is here with us, that at SRC, currently in the current commission, the third commission, one of the very critical aspects and focus that we have is what we call stakeholder engagement. And we have realized in the past that has been a weak link for the former commissioners. So we are putting as a priority that we'll engage our stakeholders, understand their point of view, work with them through, and any decision that we are making will be a mutual decision that all parties are in agreement. I know there are some aspects that we may not come to agree at all, but the bottom line is we want to carry you along as we make the decisions. So rest assured that you're well represented, and that is, when I'm saying that it is, we look at the overall mandate, is that because SRC is like the National Treasury. We have the entire nation at our hand. We are viewing the entire nation at our hand. So that's why the commissioners, even at the time of induction, we are told, please don't be very petty looking at a small issue. You have the entire nation at your hand. Look at it overally and do decisions that will leave the time. That will be perpetual decisions that can withstand the test of time. So that was the point I was making. But in terms of representation, yes, you're well represented. Your issues and your grievances will be looked into together with CAF. I've seen just yesterday, there was a letter that you requested to meet with the SRC team, and such kind of issues will always be at the table, and your representation is perfectly in order.
Thank you. Tukielewana hivyo itakuwa sawa. Dr. Kioma, post-medical retirement scheme, kwa hiyo umetuambia, unajua the biggest component ya mtu mzee ni medical. Hii kipindi unatuambia iko na the medical component, because I know National Assembly and Senate has come up with one, that, and how is it funded?
Thank you. Indeed, there is legislation and guidance from the Retirement Benefits Authority, and also a practice now in national government, and also which applies basically across the entire government, both at the county government. The requirement is that members or employees, while they are working, they can actually pre-save. They can set aside some money towards what's called post-retirement medical benefit. The way it works is that it gives you an opportunity to save while you are working, the same way you are saving for your pension, the same way you are doing your AVCs, which you normally use when it comes for your campaign and all that. Please, you can actually now accumulate some funds, which at the end of your term, the amount of money that you built in is what can be used to buy you a medical benefit, a medical insurance, which is payable for so long as you are alive in retirement. Now, that is possible within the County State Officers Pension Fund, which has been created. The provision is already there. You only need to agree and set aside some money, which will be used towards for your medical. Currently, you are enjoying a medical cover, courtesy of the employer, courtesy of the county assembly. The moment you exit, remember that relationship ends. But for the sake of your welfare, we are saying it is possible, with subject to availability of funding also, moderator, and SRCs here, that you can set aside, even if it is 3 or 4% of your salary, or a percent or an absolute amount, towards your post-retirement medical. It will cater for you and your family, both for inpatient and outpatient. We can share the illustration in terms of how much do you need. But remember, the older you are, or the shorter the time you have before your retirement, the more you need to pay, all right? The same regulations have allowed that whatever you have saved in your pension or in your gratuity, you can transfer a portion of it into your post-retirement medical account. What it will happen, it's an insured benefit. The premiums arising therefrom is what will be used to buy for you a medical insurance annually for you and your family. So that's how it works. We highly encourage that you please, as soon as now, if you've not been doing it, set aside those monthly contributions from payroll. The beauty is that now, from December last year, KRA has allowed that you can enjoy a tax relief of up to 15,000 relief in terms of contributions you make into your post-retirement medical fund. So the first 15,000 is tax-free if that amount goes into your PRMF account. So what we are saying is the current arrangement, I'm happy that the County Assembly of Kirinyaga has actually led and they have started those discussions, and I'm sure they are almost closing in terms of enrolling their members of county assemblies towards a post-retirement medical fund, which is within the scheme, the County State Officers Pension Scheme, which you are in. So there are other benefits which we had earlier discussed, and if the pension scheme allows, and if you allow the issue of even car insurance, right, it can be pre-funded, such that at the point of your living, you're not going to struggle so much that you can't live your lifestyle. You can't afford to pay for your car insurance, which you have. Currently, you have a good car. I'm sure you would want to maintain it, both on fuel as well as insurance. Whether you come back or you don't come back, at some level, you should be able to continue enjoying that lifestyle to an extent. That is only possible if you pre-fund it now.
And just to ask you the very last one, and then I'm coming to the audience now. Kirinyaga ni moja out of 47. Sijui kama Nairobi imeongea na nyinyi. Can I come there directly? Individual voluntary contribution?
Yes, for so long as you are a member of the County State Officers Pension Fund, that provision is there, you can come in.
Very good. Nataka kufungua kiwanja. Speaker, I know you wanted to say something. I can see Speaker Situma from Bungoma, Mheshimiwa Kagwe from Nyandarua. Anyone else on this side? Nisisemekane na lemea pande moja. Those two, then I can add. Okay. As naambiwa mic zikitafutwa za kurove around. Speaker, you wanted to say something in a minute, but at least we already have the first two questions ready.
Yes, and thank you very much, moderator. Thank you, Okioma. Thank you, Mohammed. Now, colleagues and honorable members, I must say one thing. Issue number one, and you can confirm from the members of the County Assembly of Embu, I have always said that matters welfare of members of the county assemblies always come first. And I also want to add that when it comes to the welfare of members of the county assemblies, you have to take it up and fight for it. If you don't, no one will do. And I'll give you an example. When members of parliament are raising issues about their welfare, they go beyond the political divide, they go beyond every other issue and unite for their welfare. Even for ourselves, time is now. Issue number two, moderator, the current bill, I think one of our colleagues has said, chances are that it didn't have adequate public participation. It is good that I inform you that we had a bill as CAF, which we consulted all county assemblies and came up with a model bill. A model bill which was and is still a replica of what is in Parliament. But all of us were shocked, moderator, with what the leader of majority of Senate presented to Senate. I can tell you for free, in addition to what Okioma has told us, that bill is a replica of the bill for public servants. The one you're supposed to contribute for at least 15 years, the one that you're supposed to attain the age of 50 plus so that you benefit. And we offered our position to it when it was presented to Parliament. And when we went to Senate, we were asking that the bill be withdrawn and a fresh one introduced. But we were told that once a bill is introduced in Parliament, that's it, and it can only be amended. That is the reason I was saying we need another action, because even if that bill passes, it will be what Mr. Okioma has told us. Thirdly, I feel that it is of great essence, moderator, that we start engaging SRC seriously on this pension issue, so that we get a window. We get a window as to how we can get into the county state officers pension fund and start our contributions immediately. And with that, we shall have secured our pension even without the legislative proposal that is currently in Senate and the National Assembly. Thank you.
Very good. I hope that we captured that as a proper action point so that we can follow up with it. I also am informed that in the panel we also wanted Lab Fund to be represented, but the boss of Lab Fund, Chief Executive Banan Bogo, was not able to. He sent a representative, Ken Milewa. Is on the floor. Oh yeah, I recognize you on behalf of Lab Fund. These are your customers. Mr. Okioma said CPF has 21 counties. So I assume nyinyi ndio mko na 26 counties. Sasa nyinyi ndio bigger shareholder ya pesa yetu na mtaki kukuja mkutano wetu viserious, lakini tunakutambua. Asante sana. Speaker Bungoma and
Thank you.
Kagwe.
Thank you, our SG. Thank you, Commissioner Lona, Principal, and the other panelists led by our Chair of the Speakers Chapter. My first question goes to our SRC Commissioner. Wish to know from his position, which county assemblies has he been able to visit? Because we are basically his constituency, and is there for us. From what is explained, it appears that he represents a constituency he does not know and understand. Secondly, if you cannot be able to consult the assemblies, because we sit on other bodies also, we know as you are sitting there, at the back of your mind, your constituency is the assembly. If you don't consult us, sit with us in the governing council or EC, then where do you get views on behalf of these assemblies to represent us? Because we are your employers by proxy through the Senate. Then this is for the CPF officer. You agree and confirm that the law as per it is in the Senate or the National Assembly is disadvantageous to the honorable MCS, because from the computation we did, you can confirm that at most the MCA will carry home 800,000 compared to what we are currently contributing, 31% will carry home at least 3 million plus. So we are saying that law is not good for us to support it. You confirm that again. Then lastly, this is to the Commissioner Lona Melo. We want to know what are the parameters that that law in Parliament that are using, that the MPs who have gone for 2 terms are given some pension. I, in Bungoma County, I'm having MCS and the councillors who have been there since 1992. They have done 6 terms, 5 terms, 4 terms, 3 terms, and the current assembly, 25 of the sitting MCS were re-elected for the 2nd, 3rd term. Wow. And unfortunately, at the end of this term, if they don't come back, they just become herdsmen at home. Yeah. Now, vis-a-vis an MP, now like I'm using, not in bad faith, but I'm using now my fellow speakers. The Speaker of Vihiga has done 2 terms as an MP for Rwanda. He tells her that at every 25th of every month, he gets his pension on his account. But the Speaker of Nyeri, Speaker of Turkana, and Speaker of Kilifi, my neighbor here, they have done only 1 term. They don't qualify. So what are these parameters that they use? Although I've heard Honorable Speaker Tiriku saying that we have a buy clause. If you get re-elected, you can be able to buy that clause, pay some lump sum, and you qualify for that pension scheme. They have spoken about us lobbying the Senate or the nation assembly to support us. We want to know which this special lobbying style we are supposed to use. Because some of the MCS here have become women reps in the National Assembly or the Senate, and they have turned against us. Some of the MCS have become senators. Like, for example, the one for Trakanithi is a former MCA. The women rep of Nandi is a former MCA. But they have turned against the fellow MCAs, no supporting their cause. So we want to know this special way of lobbying that we are supposed to lobby so that we are able to find a way of asking us that we are able to support us, because it appears in this country, the MCA are the people who work so hard, like an oxen, but at the end of the day, it's slaughtered for the chance to eat it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. You've captured it very well. I guess what you're saying, we are on our own. Mheshimiwa Kagwe from Nyandarua identified you. Speaker Kilifi, I've seen you. Speaker Kilifi was a former parliamentarian, was a customer.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Very briefly, so that I take another line.
Thank you, Bwana SG. My question goes to the commissioner, and I want to have a small explanation on the parameters they usually use to determine the pension and the gratuity. How am I saying it? In most cases, gratuity, we take it even before we are elected. When I translate to the next parliament, already have taken my gratuity, is in my pocket, or I've used it in the campaign. Then I have translated to the second parliament. How will I be, which parameters are there being to be used that I'm in the second parliament, I serve the first parliament? Well, how will the parameters be used to determine my pension?
Very well put. Mheshimiwa Kagwe is serving his third term. That is where anauliza mambo ya unakula gratuity alafu umeumia next. The other line we had gotten 2. I've seen Speaker Lantano from Laikipia. May I split that question to 1, and then I give Speaker Kilifi 1 so that I move to the lady, kindly. Yes, Speaker Laikipia.
Thank you. I have 2 questions.
Okay. Very quickly.
Number 1,
to the Salaries and Remuneration Commission. When you supervise somebody, you need to be senior than the person you are supervising. An MCA oversights the executive side of government. An MCA gets a basic salary of less than 100,000. When the CEC who is supervised is earning hundreds of thousands above the MCA. How would a junior supervise the senior? What rationale do you use to ensure that public resources are prudently used when the person you are supervising is senior with you in everything? He has power, he has money, you have nothing.
Question 2.
Question number 2. What was the rationale used when you have the Constitution of Kenya recognizes 48 governments? You have one national government and 47 county governments. Article 6 of the Constitution says the county governments are distinct governments. If you are copying what the national government is doing to the county government, the salary of the speaker is a percentage of the president's. The National Assembly members is a percentage of the president. Why don't you follow suit with the county governments? So that the salary of an MCA is a percentage of the governor's salary. Because ukiaja mtu ambaye ni hohehahe, mimi ni mkubwa na naomba chai, and these MCAs, they are with the people throughout. Afadhali member of parliament atatoroka kuja Nairobi, MCA ataenda wapi? So mimi nauliza, why don't you put it in a way where an MCA has a bit of some clout, you know? I can say, why are you doing this? And I know that I have the ability. If I know that I need some fuel from you later, I can't talk of anything except kukubembereza. Ukikataa sina la kufanya.
Mheshimiwa, swali umeuliza, don't give us examples of your question. Iko sawa. Speaker Teddy Mwambire, wa Kilifi, don't use examples. Just shoot straight to the question, and I know you're going.
Yes, I'll shoot just directly. I'm someone who is very glad because I served as a councillor, MCA, a member of National Assembly, and now a speaker. Sasa nime benchmark kila mahali for 20 years. Now, my concern is about insurance. If you go to the National Assembly and Senate, they cover 6 children, but MCAs cover only 4. And you know the fact that MCAs stay with their sponsors 98% of their time, that there's high likelihood of getting more kids than members of parliament who dates their sponsors. Why I think our colleague who is representing us should consider that one, because I think most of the MCAs are suffering. We have been trying to assist them, but it's very difficult as a chair for the County Assembly Service Board. It is very difficult to assist our members because of that fact. So if the members of National Assembly are having 6 children covered, let the MCAs also have 6 children covered. Because even in the Constitution, it's saying that county assemblies are replica of the National Assembly. Yeah. Why is that discrepancy seen very widely in place? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
That is discrimination of the highest standard.
Thank you for bringing that part out, because family planning in a discriminatory kwa MCS. To the lady, yes, the lady.
The final one, and then I'll give you a chance to respond, and then if time allows, you can die around. Yes, but
thank you very much. The lady here is called Mercedes, so it's very easy to remember my name.
Mercedes, you are from
Sierra County.
Thank you.
I want to reiterate the point that has been made by a speaker from Embu. I spent like the last 10 years of my life, working life, representing staff welfare at international level. And I know for a fact what he has said is correct, that we must fight for our own rights. Nobody knows what we go through and the pinches and the pain that we go through. Therefore, let us not limit ourselves to all these things. I don't know who says what, who is doing what. We are unique, and therefore our issues are unique, and we must represent them in the best way that we know and we can. Sawa sawa. And then I also see an opportunity represented by the County State Officers Pension Fund. And in the statement that was made, if I'm correct, they said we have an opportunity to tailor make what suits us now. And let's take advantage of that. Let's not go and wait and say that we are, well, let's not stick to the fact that it's either a gratuity or this pension fund that is coming. We can tailor make one and run with it as MCAs if we stick together and speak the same language. I think we are going to go further than benchmarking other people who are not interested in us. And for example, there's really no reason why the Senate should be appointing someone for us on SRC. That one we can say no to it. With all due respect, it just doesn't make sense. Because I wish the colleague who has gone through the 20 years as councillor and who would be sitting there because he feels the pain. And anytime he's at SRC, he'll be speaking with that reality behind his back to support us. So ladies and gentlemen, let us not be limited. Let us focus. Let us give CAF the oomph that it needs to represent us and get us through this pension issue. Thank you.
Umeongea kama Mercedes Benz ya ukweli E200, the latest model. Thank you very much. There are questions, enough questions for you, SRC. There are questions for you, Okioma. Maybe I allow SRC to go first, and then of course Dr. Mumelo, you also been mentioned, and then you also do quick summary notes. But let me go with you first.
Thank you. Moderator, and thank you for the honorable members who have asked the questions. I'll start with the Honorable Speaker Bungoma. You have raised a pertinent question, which is which county assembly that I have visited. I just want to be frank with you and tell you that I'm 2 months old in this office. We have just been, we're just out of induction. And as I've said earlier, we have a plan that we are working on, which is stakeholder engagement. And soon you'll see me in your offices and engagement with also CAV. And I've said CAV has already written to us. And yes, I am 100% I recognize that my constituency is you, the team that is here. And as I assured you earlier, that this commission is totally a different commission. And as I say that, I'm not saying just as a member. I have the gracious permission of my chairperson and the entire commission to come here and assure you, as one of our stakeholders, that we will have frequent engagement, regular engagements. You will see us more often in your county assemblies, with your representatives. And we'll engage to have an amicable solutions to the concerns that you have as one of our primary stakeholder. So we are alive to that matter, and we will be able to come to your offices and discuss that matter with you. Honorable Kagwe, parameters that are used to determine the gratuity and pension. Let me first of all say that SRC, the previous commission, let's give them credit that they have supported the proposals that were given by CAF. The requirement is that a proposal is done, the draft is submitted to SRC for concurrence. SRC checks the parameters, one of them which is fiscal sustainability and fairness, equity. Those ones are the things that SRC checks. And to my understanding, the bill that is now currently in Senate has gone through that. In 2020, if I got the information, crowd was in 2020 January. Speaker, you sent a requisition to SRC to establish the scheme. Within 20 days, SRC responded and gave guidelines on what is required, which are similar to what is in the RPA Act. Ours is just to conform to those. In terms of the design of the scheme, in terms of the contributions, the rates were there, in terms of, I think what was new that SRC brought up was setting the two options, a gratuity and a pension. And this was bringing the element of fairness and equity in a manner that for those of you who serve for one term are not left behind. So that was the view that the commission had at that time. Those of you who have served for 1 year, for one term, that is 5 years, are not left behind. So the issue of gratuity came in. But again, with the wisdom of the crafters of the bill, then there was the buy-in, which in our opinion is the same thing that we had in mind, which is a hybrid model. The gratuity plus the pension, which is a hybrid model. So which is the same thing that they said. So we were in alignment in that. And in August 2022, the draft bill came. We looked at all those parameters. They were met clearly. And SRC gave the green light to RPA to register that scheme. So we have participated to that extent. Second, the third question was the role that MCAs play, or the team here plays, that the question was, how can a supervisor earn less than the supervisee, if I can put it that way? So in terms of the salaries, I think I know in the third wage bill review, which was done by the second commission, the review of the job descriptions were done. A whole process was done. And based on the results of the evaluations, SRC came up with the salaries structures that are currently in place. Currently, in the next year, that is from July, we are going to begin the fourth cycle. SRC reviews salaries after every 4 years. So the fourth cycle, which is what now the third commission is preparing to work on, will review the job descriptions and all the parameters of the roles the county government, the MCAs and honorable speakers play. And we have an opportunity at that time to interact and together come up with the relevant salary structures that you all yearn for. So we have the opportunity. That review cycle, maybe we didn't benefit it properly, but the subsequent, which is coming up, we'll be able to benefit. So have that in mind, and let's plan to participate effectively. Finally. There was another one on the rationale of the salary of the speaker. Salary of MCA is a percentage of the governor's salary. Why is it not as a percentage of salary? Because this again borders on the same issues, on the job evaluations that were done and what has happened previously. But going forward, I think we can be able to together craft a proper solution that you will be part of it as our stakeholders. Speaker Kilivi, Honorable Speaker, you talked about disparity of insurance. I think that I leave it to one of the panel members. But our role here as SRC is again to advise. Ours is just advisory role. Why we have why we allow the parliamentarians to get 6 children under cover and MCS have less, I think it's something that is borders around the way we negotiate with the providers of the service. And I know there's the overall policy that was set, but that again is something that we can look into. Ours is just to advise, and we'll come in at advisory role. So I think the one for Mercedes from Siaya County was just a recommendation, and we enforce. So thank you.
I think the one for what the member for Kilifi mentioned, when we negotiate with the healthcare, whatever, insurance, they are guided by the guidelines from SRC. So it is back, but because you said you are new in it, maybe did you come with a team from SRC? Because maybe they should also be picking those notes so that the conversation cannot surely end here. But it's good if they're also picking that and we also get it in our resolutions. I think it's good.
Surely it is being picked. There's a team around, so we are picking.
The assurance that you pick them.
Yes.
Dr. Mumelo, you had one question for you.
Thank you very much.
There was this issue about which way to lobby so that you also get the same terms like the way members of parliament are getting. I want to agree with my sister, Mazidis, who has talked about people doing their own things to request for better terms. It is very true because members of parliament have their own parliamentary pension act. They had their own act, which they use now. And from that act, they can do several things. So I don't know the County Assembly Pension Act, whether you have also established that. And if you establish your own act, there are several things you discuss in the act so that when it comes to being put in force, they benefit you individually. Members of parliament agree so fast when they are working on their issues. When they are working on their pension, when they are working on their salary increment, when they are working on all allowances. But they have an act they use. The only disadvantage you people you have several counties. So some counties might agree, other counties are not doing the same. But such a forums, you can come up with resolutions to be put in your county assembly act so that this pension issue should not be an issue at all because it is covered under the County Assembly Act. Somebody asked, when I have already taken my gratuity, how do you calculate my pension when I'm now doing my second term? In the National Assembly or in the Parliament, gratuity or pension is only done after election. You cannot go for election and you have already received gratuity. No. You go for campaign, come back and tell us you succeeded or you did not succeed. If you did not succeed and you have worked for one term, we shall give you gratuity. If you succeeded, you are now on your second term, we shall now start putting you on the pension scheme. You will start now earning a salary. Using our pension, Parliamentary Pension Act, it stipulates everything that you need to do. So I'm urging you members of the county assemblies, can you do your own things? Like what the speaker was saying, somebody is giving you a bill, maybe which is not taking care of you very well. Why don't you sit down and use your act to discuss what will benefit you to end up getting your 31% and getting your pension at 45 years, not getting your pension when you are old, like the other people. So me, I prefer that you get your act. Start working. Thank you.
You've spoken both as an experienced person from PSC and also as a consultant for the forum and as a mother. Very good. Two issues. Tusikimbilie pension before term iishe, after elections, and then number two, our issues of welfare, tuzikue one-minded when it comes to our welfare. Kuresha, Speaker, I want you to conclude. Kuresha, final remarks if there's a question, and then you do your final remarks as well, and then Charles, and then I'll give you George, and then, yeah.
Thank you so much, and thank you for having me and having this conversation. And it's also key that I'm glad that you're taking action points for you guys to concur on the communique. But I would really want this to be looked at, not for a benefit for just the MCAs, but something that is transformational. We should not treat this as transactional, that this is what the MCAs are asking for, they are greedy, but remember, it's about their lives and the livelihoods of those who depend on them. So let's have those legislations in place. We have SRC in place. And when you come to a table and speak as one voice, like for example, why not all the 47 of you, and those in pension will tell you the benefit of all of you being in one umbrella rather than having 21 and 26. Have those conversations, be deliberate, and there's nothing wrong being selfish for your own interest. Thank you.
You finished very well. Thank you very much. RBA, Charles, Mheshimiwa Charles, any final remarks?
Well, my name is John. Charles is the CEO.
My apologies.
Yeah, it's okay. But on his behalf, ours is that the authority exists to facilitate the savings for retirement benefits. The scheme is there. All the stakeholders are there. All that is required are the necessary administrative arrangements for people to start benefiting. So again, in what I had said in my speech, we are throwing the ball in your courts. Do what you have to do and start saving through this particular scheme. Our guarantee and assurance is that we'll ensure the scheme is well run, compliant, and you will benefit from the different types of benefits accorded in that particular scheme. So mine is Kazi Kwen. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for making a good presentation. I'll allow Ken Mileo from Lab Fund to also do part of closing your remarks, if you have. Give him the mic.
Thank you, MC. First and foremost, let me take the opportunity to thank the leadership of this summit for having me. I'm Owino Milewa Kennedy, and currently I'm heading the marketing team at LabFund. Much has been said. I just want to bring to the attention of the MCS some of what Dr. Okioma said. There are changes in law into tax. And I know MCS have been fighting at the end of the term when they are taxed their gratuity. Average contribution for MCA is around 26,000. For the next 60 months, the gross gratuity is around 1.6. If this money is grown either by CPF or LabFund, it will come to around 2.1. If you look at the amendments that took place on 27th of December to the income tax, there's a first schedule where they're providing that any gratuity that will be managed by a registered public pension scheme shall not be taxed at the point of exit. So please take keen interest on that. For once, we are trying to assume KRA will not change before 2027. We might have honorable members of county assembly accessing their gratuity, net of gross, the way it is. So the gross will be around 1.6. Well managed, it will grow to around 2.1. And that's the bare minimum. Because what we are trying to assume, your basic for the first year is around 86,000. 31% of that is around 26,000. If it held constant for the next 60 months, it will be 1.6. Grown well, it will come to 2.1. Accessing it in a pension, it's around 2.1 the way it is. So we might have a leeway for not getting the tax on it for the first time. Then, the payroll managers at the county assembly, not all of them. There are county assemblies that are remitting their gratuity gross. Some of the county assemblies are taxing that money, is when they remit it to either CPF or LabFund. The law, what they have been doing, the law before it was amended, it was saying any amount you remit to a registered pension scheme was tax exempt up to a maximum of 20,000. So if your contribution was 26,000, walikuwa wanatoa 20, inabaki 6,000. Hii 6,000,
that's the one that is taxable.
That was taxable. They were taxing it, so inabaki that 30% of 6,000 is 2,000. Yes. So they were remitting 24. That limit has been increased to 30,000.
So
it comes gross. Ikifika huku, time ya kuichukua ikifika tena unachukua gross. Thank you for giving me opportunity. We manage gratuity for 26 county assembly, and we walk this journey together. Thank you.
Asante sana. I really wanted you to be heard because you have customers here. Lakini we also want you to be there for your customers. Tukiwa na forum kama na hii, munakuja, munaonekana ndio those points do not get lost.
And I'll do better. I'll do better in the next summit.
Okioma, from please, you had a question and as well your closing remarks.
Thank you, and thank you, Waheshimiwas, for the questions. Yes, I want to confirm the question from Honorable Mheshimiwa from Bungoma, that yes, indeed, the current arrangements are far much, the proposed ones are much, much inferior to what you are currently getting. And so therefore, coming to the parameters that are used for purposes of gratuity, it is very clear. It is basically 31%. Now, what has come to my attention is there are members actually who are making additional voluntary contributions. There is a member who started from this current term and has so far accumulated up to 5.5 million, all right? Both gratuity and additional voluntary contributions. And I congratulate you if you are here. And I highly encourage that the changes which you are requesting, the way Mercedes mentioned and other your colleagues, you currently have a pension scheme. If the ones you are proposing through the National Assembly is taking long, you already have a pension scheme called the County State Officers Pension Fund. Make the changes you want. For example, if you want a post-retirement medical, do a request to SRC for consideration. There are other public sector organizations which are having a PRMF, which is also government funded. All right? Nothing stops you from making that request and say, as the county assemblies, we want to make an amendment to our trusted and rules to provide for a PRMF where members will contribute and the county assemblies will also contribute, maybe 3% employee-employer. Subject to sustainability, you know, those measures they put in and lobbying, I'm sure if they agree, that's an amendment which will come in and you start contributing. So we highly encourage you, just as a closing, please register yourself in the county state officers. When you are one, the way Madam Qureshi has mentioned, if you are one in one pension scheme, it is much easier to negotiate, all right? You command a huge membership, which then, when you are negotiating, at least you're saying we have around 3 billion worth of funds. We want to make sure that the welfare of the members of the county assemblies as well as the speakers is better improved than is the case now. By the time an act is going to come, you are already on a far much better ground than is the case. Thank you.
Thank you. Sio iko sawa. Very well summarized. The conversations is also growing and enriching. Speaker Thiriku, take us home. Wewe ndio unasukumanga hii maneno on behalf of CAF na,
yes.
na pensions na
Thank
SRC.
you. Thank you very much, our moderator. Now, honorable colleagues, just like our moderator is saying, I have been at the forefront of spearheading all the welfare issues at SRC, at CRA, in Senate, and in all the other bodies. And I just want to narrow down to one, our engagement with SRC on matters welfare. And I want to answer the question asked by the speaker, Laikipia, my brother Lantano Nabala. Now, Lantano Nabala had an issue of the percentages. Hope you can remember the question of how best can an inferior perform while oversighting a superior. Now, honorable colleagues, when we were presenting our proposals to SRC on matters welfare, we gave 3 proposals. All of them were based on percentages. And we took into consideration all the parameters that SRC uses, the ones Commissioner Mohammed has mentioned, the one on fairness, the one on sustainability, the one on equity, the one on physical affordability, the one everything. We also took into consideration the job descriptions and the qualifications. You'll agree with me that what the president does nationally is what the governor does in the county. What the speakers of Senate and National Assembly do in Parliament is what the Speaker of the County Assembly does. You'll also agree with me that what the MPs and senators do in Parliament is what MCAs do in the respective county assemblies. The qualification of an MCA is similar to that of an MP. The qualification of a speaker of a county assembly is similar to the qualification of the speakers of Senate and National Assembly. The qualification of a governor are similar to the qualifications of the president. So we considered all that and made the job descriptions like the SG has told us. And we came up with 3 proposals. The first proposal was a percentage of the salary paid to the president to that paid to the speakers of the National Assembly, and to that paid to the MPs. And in that, we took the salary of the governor to that of the county assembly speaker and the MCA. Our second proposal was on the salary paid to the two speakers of Senate and Parliament, to the MPs, and we even went further to the leaders of majorities and MPs, versus what the speakers of the county assemblies are paid to what the leaders of majorities in the respective county assemblies are paid, including the leader of minorities, and what the MCAs are paid. And the third one was a consideration of the percentage of the salaries paid CSs to MPs and the percentage of salaries paid to CECs versus MCAs. You will be shocked. For instance, an MP today earns 710,000, while the Speaker of Senate and National Assembly earns 1.2 million. That is 59%. So an MP earns 59% of what the Speaker earns. And in that proposal, we said, let also an MCA earn a similar percentage to what the speakers earn. I'll tell you, today, the president earns 1.4 million, the speakers earn 1.2, the MPs earn 710. So a speaker earns around 86% of what the president earns. An MP earns around 62% of what the president earns. Come to the county assemblies. An MC earns 14% of what the governor earns. Okay? An MC earns 27% of what the speaker earns. And an MC earns 35% of what the CEC earns. An MP earns 74% of what a CS earns. So our proposal, even after considering all those parameters that you've said, Mohammed, everything, equity, affordability, sustainability, fairness, we came up with proposal number 2, moderator, and we said, let an MCA earn 59% of what the speaker earns, because that is what an MP earns. An MP earns 59% of what the speaker earns. The current salary for the speaker is 500. And Commissioner, because you're new, we also said that we do not want any additional funds from Treasury. And that is why we were very clear, even when we met the President, when we met CRA, when we met SRC, when we met the National Treasury. We said we can be able to afford these, to factor these from our existing budgets, so that it doesn't become an extra burden to the Treasury, or it doesn't become an extra burden to the Kenyan taxpayer, so that whatever we allocated by CRA, whatever we allocated by SRC, we just needed a letter, a circular, a memo telling us, now speakers and your members and the County Assembly Service Board of the respective 47 county assemblies, this is what we've allowed you. And from our respective budgets, we're going to get the 59% salary. By extension, we're also going to get the pension that we are talking about here. So when you get back to SRC, Commissioner Mohammed, our word is simple. Just give us a circular and allow us to do the rest from our existing budgets. That is what we said. We stand by it. If you want us to start a fresh engagement, we are ready. I'll lead the team again. I'll come with the, we had enough experts, as SG will tell you, and we were thorough in what we wanted, and the earlier the better, because of what I said earlier, especially on the issue of pension, so that we can sacrifice the 2 remaining financial years to ensure that we've made the necessary contribution to our respective pensions, such that when we leave in 2027, SG, all of us will be comfortable that we have a pension to depend on. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Have you felt represented? Is that the position that you've always wanted us to take? So, isikue we are not been representing you. Umesikia mabarua zote tumefanya, the engagements tumefanya. What we also wanted these kinds of meetings is to bring us together so that you also see the kind of the level of engagement we've done. I am happy that I'm just past 3 minutes after the time I was given. Did the panel do a good job? Give them a round of applause. I hope you understood. I hope it is clearer. We'll make it more clearer and more clearer. In these kinds of summits, we also want everything. Sasa msituambie tuliwaita kuwasomesha. Tuliwaita ndio you understand how your welfare issues also can be addressed in a way that is engaging and in a way that it makes you understand even what is your right and who's the duty bearer and the right bearer. Thank you so much. God bless you. I return it back to the MC.
Asante, asante. To members of the panel, please, if I could indulge you to simame kidogo tu just for a brief photo op all together in the middle, tafadhali. Let's come close. Thank you. Asante, makofi kwao tena tafadhali. Asante sana. That was wonderful, Bwana SG. Nasema asante. Karibuni, so that we just take a photo together. Yeah. As we do that, let's appreciate John Kerr, Assistant Director, Market Conduct and Industry Development. Let us also appreciate Bwana Mohamed Adan, Commissioner SRC. Let us appreciate Honorable Josiah Thiriku, the Speaker County Assembly of Embu. Let us also appreciate George Okioma, the Director External Pension and Administration. Let's also thank Madam Kuresha Abdullahi, CHRP and Executive Director, IHRM. Asanteni sana. Tumshukuru pia Bwana Chege Mwaura, the Honorable Member, for moderating that session so well. We have one final session. Mabibi na mabwana, mnisikize kwa utaratibu. We have one final session. Our guests are going to be coming for this final session. We'll be discussing matters oversight. But before they come, or as they come, I'd like to invite the Nairobi City County Cultural Troupe. Wako wapi waingie watutumbuize kidogo tu hapa. Nairobi Cultural Troupe, tafadhali wajimwae wakati tunasubiri wageni wetu. Daktari, tunaweza kuwaleta wageni. Asante. Yeah. Cultural Troupe Nairobi, mbio tafadhali. Sina muda mwingi. Nataka tuanze session nyingine at exactly 11:45. Thank you. Hospitality tafadhali, naomba wasaidizi wawili watatu waje wanisaidie. Tuongeze maji hapa kwa stage. Hospitality team tafadhali, if you come and help us on the stage. Asante. Ladies and gentlemen, honorable members, speakers, distinguished guests, members of the panel that has just completed the discussion, tunasema asante. Thank you for being patient. Today, as I said, is a final day. We will have a good celebration. Ladies and gentlemen, the Nairobi City County Cultural Troupe. Twende kazi. Asante. Makofi, ladies and gentlemen, Makofi, Nairobi City County Cultural Troupe. We. Asante, makofi kwao. They make it look so easy. Wewe jaribu hapa. Hey, miguu, mgongo, kwisha. Asanteni sana waheshimiwa. Thank you so much again for your patience. We don't take it for granted. But as I mentioned earlier, after the panel that just left, kwamba we have one final session. And thank God, due to public demand. This is a session we would have had in the afternoon of Monday, but we couldn't have it, right? Kwa sababu waheshimiwa MCAs walikuwa wamepanga tuwe na session nyingine tofauti. Si ndio? Mnakumbuka ile session tulikuwa nayo hapa, hiyo hata haikuwa na moderator. Kila mtu alikuwa moderator. Presenters walikuwa wengi. Asanteni. Yote kwa mapenzi ya Mungu, sio? But tuko hapa and we are so glad that members of that panel that would have presented or would have shared with us on Monday, a majority of them are here with us. Tuwapigie makofi kwa sababu they would have been engaged somewhere else after Monday, but they're here with us today because they think and they know that this is such an important session, and it's very important to engage with you, honorable members from various county assemblies. Nasema asante sana. Without further ado, we will be discussing, if you go back to your programs, page 18, all right? Page 18, that would have been session that started at 2 p.m. to 4 p.m. General session 2, oversight, overreach, striking a balance in county governance, dialogue between county assembly and the Senate. We have our guests here today, but kama kawaida, tutaanza na presentation, and then I'll introduce members of the panel to come on the stage so that we can have a conversation. Like we've done before, you'll get the opportunity as a plenary to ask your questions, so please pay attention, especially for the presentation, because that will form the basis of our discussion from members of the panel. Mtu mnamfahamu, mumemuona, sio mambo ya kutunga katiba pekee, expert katika masuala ya governance, amezuru baadhi ya kaunti zenu, ni msomi wa kutajika. Ninamzungumzia Daktari Mutaka Kangu, who is a governance consultant and also a lecturer at the Moi University. Tumpigie makofi anapokuja kufanya his presentation, and then atatueleza mengi kuhusiana na presentation ambayo. Tuwe makini kwa macho na masikio. Daktari, karibu sana. Karibu.
Putting it up. Thank you so much. Okay, thank you. Now, I must say I feel very humbled to be given an opportunity to speak to this gathering on the subject of oversight, overreach. Now, when the organizers reached out to me, they seemed to emphasize that you are part of the constitution making, what did we have in mind, and so on. And so I've done some brief presentation, just pointers. I'll speak quite a lot, but not on with all those things on the slides. You can move to the first slide. Now, the point at which I want to begin is to emphasize that if we are to examine the subject of oversight, overreach, and understand it well, then we must do it within the context of a bit of the understanding of the role of a bicameral parliament in a federal or a devolved system of government such as ours. Is there some role? Because I know the overreach we are talking about has been the question of the relationship between the oversight role of the Senate, if any, against the oversight role of the county assemblies. Is there any overreach? And so we will need to understand that by trying to understand what is the role of a bicameral parliament. And my research shows that bicameral parliaments, by the way, are parliaments that have two houses, like we do have a Senate and a National Assembly. The old constitution had what we call a unicameral parliament, which had only one house. Now, the history of bicameral parliaments, you can trace it back to the British, where when the Lords were fighting against the representatives of the people, and they wanted to protect their interests, they had to create two houses of parliament, one representing the Lords and another one representing the people through the elected people. Then when you go to the American system, when they were fighting for their independence or for the creation of America, and they started with the 13 independent states that were like operating as governments of their own, as countries separate from each other. And they reached a point they said, no, we are weak in this form, and we need to come together and work together. They started with what they called the Articles of Confederation to enable them to work together for purposes of defense against external enemies. After some time, they realized that the Articles of Confederation were not working well, and then they convened what they called a conference, a convention, in 17-something there, to discuss how do we improve the Articles of Confederation to strengthen ourselves. And when the delegates reached there, some of them said, why don't we just establish one country instead of continuing as separate 13 independent states? Why don't we just unite and establish one country which would operate as a federal system? And therefore, that is how they came up with the so-called the United States of America. Then they came to the design of parliament and said, how do we design parliament? The argument was like what you have heard here about one man, 1 shilling and all that. So many argued that, look, we create constituencies strictly on the basis of population. Now, the smaller states, less developed with smaller populations, failed, no, but why would we give up our independence to join a United States of America in which we will be marginalized from the word go because we have smaller populations and we will have therefore fewer constituencies in that parliament? If that is the case, then we are not ready to come on board. And so they argued, they hit a stalemate. When they wanted to resolve that, they said, okay, then why don't we say we have a parliament that has two houses. One house will be designed, the constituencies will be basis of population. But in the second house, we shall say, we the 13 states are equal in that house. Whether you have a big population or a small population, we are equal in that house. Each one of us will have one vote. And those who have many constituencies as states, you may ignore the rest of us in the House of Representatives. But that law must again be passed in the Senate where we are equal. And when you reach there, we can gang up and stop the law. So it was a compromise to say two houses, one representing the states, the interests of the states, which were giving up their independence to join a bigger country, and another house to represent the people generally based on population. And so that is how the American bicameral system started. And they actually had senators elected by the states. And so when the states increased from 13 to today, I think there are now 50 or so states, if you go to America, you'll find that in the Senate, every state has 2 senators without bothering with the size of the state. Even if you have a small population, you have 2 senators. Those that have huge populations, they have 2 senators. The position was that in that federal system, it was an issue of, in the Senate, there must be equality of the states. And the Senate was designed, therefore, to protect the interests of the states. So that's how the American system was. Of course, in 2013, they amended the Constitution now to say the senators are elected directly. They should no longer be chosen by the governments of the states. But then even when they are elected directly, they are elected on the basis of electoral laws of the states. So that is how the American federal system looks like. The German system, which is also federal and has a bicameral parliament called, with the 2 houses, one called a Bundestag and a Bundesrat, they argued and agreed that the Bundesrat will be the house of the subnational governments, like a house that represents the, if you were to use Kenya, represents the counties. And in the German arrangement, they said that those representatives who go to Berlin to sit in the Bundesrat are actually delegates appointed by the subnational government and act on instructions from the subnational parliament. Why? The reason was because they were saying, in a federal system, you have a combination of self-rule at the local level and shared rule at the national level. And so, if you're going to have shared rule at the national level, and parliament is one of the major institutions that makes decisions at the national level, then the subnational governments should be represented in the decision-making at the national level in parliament. Like if we were to use Kenya, you would be saying the counties must have a say in decisions as they are made in parliament. So in Germany, the members who go to the Bundesrat are appointed by the land government. The subnationals there are called lands. They are appointed, they go there. When a bill comes out, it goes to that executive of the land government, they discuss, they make a decision, and you are given instructions. On this matter, this is how you will vote, because you are there representing us. Now, In Germany, they have some who are appointed that way, permanent members, and some non-permanent members. So that if a bill is about agriculture, the land government can pick an expert in agriculture and say, this one will be our representative in as far as this bill is concerned because he understands agriculture very well, he will represent us and so on. So that is the situation in Germany. South Africa borrowed from the German system. They have a National Assembly and a Senate, and South Africa has 3 levels of government: national, federal, and municipality. And in South Africa, every province, out of the 9 provinces, every province is represented in the Senate by a delegation of 10 members, equal numbers for all provinces. And the lead or the head of that delegation is the premier of the province, the person we would see as the equivalent of the Kenyan governor in the county. So in South Africa, it's like a governor sits in the Senate to represent the interests of the counties and so on. So there the premier sits there leading a delegation of 10 to represent the interests of the provinces. So those are the kind of designs of bicameral parliaments. So we need to ask ourselves, what is the historical emergency of different types? I've talked about them. Then now we come to, in Kenya, the constitutional drafting history. Does it tell us how we arrived at the provisions in our constitution about the bicameral parliament and its functions? If you look at that drafting history, you will be able to see, can you move to the next slide now? You will be able to see that we do have a constitution that establishes a devolved system of parliament in which a bicameral parliament is an integral part of our devolution and plays a critical role. And our parliament has the National Assembly and the Senate. And if you go to Article 96, sub-Article 1, you will see that it provides that the Senate represents the counties and serves to protect the interests of the counties and their governments. And this is set out as the main object or role and function of the Senate. So our Senate, its main crucial role is to represent the counties and protect the interests of the counties and their governments. Now, if you look at the rest of the articles, then you will be able to see that the functions the rest of that article provides are supposed to be like methods of giving effect to that main objective. Can you move to the next slide? Now, if you look at the Article 96, sub-Article 2, you see that the Senate participates in the law-making function of Parliament by considering, debating, and approving bills concerning counties as provided for in Articles 109 to 113. Now, that therefore tells you that for the Senate to protect and represent the interests of the counties in lawmaking, to protect the interests, they can do so by participating in the making of the laws that affect the counties. We protect the counties by participating in the laws that affect the counties to make sure that those laws are good enough for the counties. Sub-Article 3 says the Senate determines the allocation of national revenue among the counties as provided for in Article 217 and exercises oversight over national revenue allocated to the county governments. So here again, you can be able to say that the issues of sharing money between the national government and the county governments are critical, and county governments must be protected in that process. And so the Senate was given that function. First, it participates in the DORA, the division of revenue between national government and county governments. And after the DORA has come to an end, it then takes charge of the CARA, the County Allocation of Revenue Act, to decide this equitable share that has been given to the county governments. How do we share it among the 47 county governments in an equitable manner? So by focusing on those things, the Senate protects the counties and represents the interests of the counties. And then, of course, 4 talks about the Senate playing oversight in the issue of impeachment of the president and so on. But let's go back to number 3. Where the problem we are facing in our country today lies is that last phrase, and exercises oversight over national revenue allocated to the county governments. Now, the Senate has interpreted that provision to give them powers to oversee how counties are spending their money, to summon governors, question them, and so on. And the question arises, under the same constitution, at the county level, we created an executive and a legislative arm. The legislative arm is the county assembly, which has the responsibility to make county laws and to appropriate money to the county executive to spend and to oversight the executive at the county level when it is spending that money. The question that we need to address if we are talking about overreach is whether that last phrase has been correctly interpreted. I know the Senate has argued they have powers. This matter has been litigated. It has gone up to the Supreme Court. And the Supreme Court has agreed with the Senate they have powers. But I want to ask those who have good English, and I know there are those with better English than myself. When we say, and exercise oversight over national revenue allocated to the county government, would it be different if we had said, and exercise oversight over county governments? Isn't it? This is over national revenue allocated to county governments. Now, if we take the main objective of the Senate is to protect counties, and we do a purposive interpretation which looks at many provisions of the Constitution, including the examining the objectives. We have said the objective of our Senate was to protect and represent the counties and their governments. And money is being shared in the sense that money raised nationally, money that is shared under Article 217 is revenue raised nationally, isn't it? Raised by the national government. And we know that if you just tell national government, raise money and share it with the county government, they may refuse to give them, isn't it? And so the protector, in my view, was supposed to, after allocating the equitable share to the county governments, to oversee the national government to ensure that the money they have allocated to go to each of the 47 county governments is actually transferred to those county governments, isn't it? But they have focused on coming to look at what the counties are doing with that money, instead of saying, if there is a delay in transferring of the money, can the Senate summon the Minister for Finance to ask why the money is not being transferred to the county governments? My argument is that there is misinterpretation of this provision, which has enabled the Senate to overreach its functions and intrude into the functions of the county governments. My view would be that the Senate would be spending more time in consultations with the county assemblies to build their capacities so that they are able to oversee the county executives. If you go into this constitution, you will find that the Auditor General, when he does his reports, he is supposed to submit them to Parliament at the national level and to the county assemblies, each county assembly, which means, therefore, that each county assembly which appropriated money to its county executive is able to look at the report. If any questions have been raised about how its executive has spent that money or has mismanaged that money, it is that county assembly that should take action against its executive. But somehow, the Senate is saying we come in. And the big question I keep asking is, if the Senate were to sit and make a finding A, and a county assembly of that particular county sits and makes a finding on the same matter that is B, and they are different, which one prevails over the other? Which one prevails over the other? I know this is a subject I have disagreed with senators over for a long time, since 2013. Some of them, when in the Senate, they think I am very wrong, but when they become governors, they start saying, I think you are right. We need to get to interpret the Constitution correctly to develop the institutions at the county level to let them do what they are supposed to do. We cannot use the excuse, oh, county assemblies are not strong enough to oversee the executive. Let's grow them into overseeing the executive, and so on. Go to the next slide. Now, if we look at the drafting history, we'll be able to see that the Boma's draft constitution established a bicameral parliament that had a Senate and a National Assembly. But it did not limit the functions of the Senate. If you read the Boma's constitution, particularly Articles 120, 121, 132, and 134, you find that Boma's had created a Senate that was more or less equal in functions to the National Assembly, moving closer in the direction of the American federal system and bicameral parliament, where the two houses, in fact in America the Senate is superior and so on. So our Bomas was moving closer in that direction. But if you check what the committee of experts came up with, you all will remember we finished the Bomas work in 2004 there, or was it 5 when we went to the referendum and it was lost, and we put everything in a freezer until after the problems of 2007, then we went back to this, and then now established a committee of experts to look at the documents that had been developed by the commission identify contentious issues, resolve them, and come up with a harmonized draft. Now, when the committee of experts came up with its draft, which eventually went to committee of parliament, the end result are the provisions we have in the constitution today. And in as far as the bicameral parliament is concerned, this constitution then reduced the powers of the Senate and limited them to participating in enactment of laws that affect or concern counties. And this design then appears, the design that came from the committee of experts appears to move more in the direction of the German bicameral parliament and the South African parliament, in which the second chamber is a forum for representation of subnational governments in decision-making at the national level. The problem we ended up with was that in this design, if you look at the German one and the South African one, they do not allow direct election of senators or members of the second chamber. Those would be appointed by the governments that are elected in those counties so that they are representing the interests of the county. Now, if you look at that provision that we said is the main objective of our Senate, it tells you that we were going the German and South African approach, which says that chamber focuses on representing the interests and protecting the interests of the subnational government, which therefore means that you cannot interpret that provision on oversight over national revenue to say now this Senate, which is supposed to be an agent that represents the counties, is again coming to oversee their boss, isn't it? They should be protecting the counties, but instead they have abandoned the direction of their main objective of protection and representation of the counties and now focus more on overseeing those counties. I don't know whether the motives are genuine or ulterior. You members of the county assembly, you know, sometimes people do things to create incentives, isn't it? So our design that eventually came out of the Constitution should be telling us we should be learning more lessons from the German system and from the South African system, so that when senators are in parliament discussing issues, they have some mechanism of reaching out to the county government to find out what would be your interest in this particular matter so that I go and push it. Do we ever have that kind of engagement? Do we? We don't have that. So when we talk about overreach, dialogue between the Senate and the county assemblies, that is what we should be doing more. The Senate should be sitting more with the county governments to find out how do we help you to be able to oversee the county executive well. You county governors, what are some of the interests? This bill has come out and we are having these problems with it, or we want to go and pass it. Can we hear you? What are some of your concerns that we should take into account? We need to develop a mechanism, given that we went for senators who are elected directly and not those who are appointed by the county governments. We need to create some mechanism of consultation. In fact, compel consultation between the senators who represent a county with the government of the county so that they can know what the county really sees as their interest. That is not happening. And I think I must say that is part of our country. We adopted a constitution we refused to invest in understanding it and where we borrowed it from and how we can make it to work. We must start insisting on these consultations. I'm just about to finish. Next slide. Now, I mentioned that the Supreme Court, the Senate has misinterpreted the provision in my view. The Supreme Court has also misinterpreted that provision. If you read the case of Senate versus the Council of Governors, the Supreme Court, move to the next slide, the Supreme Court in one of its holdings said that Article 96 of the Constitution, as read together with Articles 110 to 112 of the Constitution, left no doubt that the Senate was established to perform the fundamental roles of governance concerning counties. They were legislative, budgetary, and oversight. Now, the Supreme Court, in its wisdom, conveniently avoided mentioning the function under Article 96, sub-Article 1, the function to protect and represent, isn't it? So you see the problem with that judgment. The Senate, the Supreme Court decided that the functions of the Senate are legislative, budgetary, and oversight, and left out the core function of representation and protection of the counties and their interests and their government. So that omission in itself is a major flaw in that judgment. It therefore tells you they misread the Constitution. With the due respect to them, they misread the Constitution. And I think we must find someone we find a way. We have to get the Supreme Court to rethink this issue. They got it wrong. Because if the Constitution, Article 196 is very clear, the core function is to protect and represent, how comes they only mentioned those three and left out? Those three, as I said, are the methods of protection, isn't it? The methods of representation. But now they left out the main function and went to the methods and identified them as the only functions. And so I'm saying, clearly the Supreme Court got it wrong. They left out this main function. And the court further held that both the Senate and the county assembly have oversight functions over the county executive. And they added, in that regard, the county assemblies provided the first tier of oversight, while the Senate provided the second and final tier of oversight. What does that mean? The Constitution does not talk about a first tier and a second tier of oversight. But the Senate now, the Supreme Court now talks about that the county assemblies are supposed to do first tier oversight and the Senate does second tier. Does that therefore mean that therefore the county assembly must first undertake oversight and then a dissatisfied party appeals to the Senate, or what does it mean? These are questions we need to ask the Supreme Court. What did they mean by that? First and second tier. In courts, we normally talk about a case at the trial level, then it goes on appeal at a higher level. Is that what they mean or what? Number two, I raised the question, if we talk about both of them, the Senate and the county assembly having the same functions, what happens if the two make conflicting decisions on the same matter? How is the officer of the county government who is supposed to respect those decisions, how is he supposed to act? Should he follow the decision of the Senate or should he follow the decision of the county assembly? I think I need to stop at that. Thank you.
Asante sana. Makofi tena kwa Daktari Mutaka Kangu. Thank you so much for a wonderful presentation. And now we want to move to this final session so that we can have a discussion and then later on begin our closing ceremony for the Legislative Summit. Let me quickly invite on stage Madam Angeline Hongo, MBS, and member of the Intergovernmental Technical Relations Committee. Makofi kwake. Karibu sana. Welcome. Let me also invite the Honorable Seth Okumu, member of the County Assembly of Kisumu and chair of PAC and PIC. Karibu sana. Asante sana. Naomba pia watu wa Kisumu mmefurahi, mmewakilishwa vizuri Sawa sawa. Let me also invite the Honorable Dr. Boniface Erute, a captain, PhD, MPM, chairperson, Public Accounts Committee. Asante sana. Mheshimiwa anatoka wapi? Busia? Busia. Nimejua tu hizo makofi lazima ni za Busia. Karibu sana. And finally, let me invite humbly and to thank him so much. Manake ametufanyia ukarimu. He would have been here on Monday to finish the session, lakini amefanya ukarimu kuwa pamoja nasi. Our moderator for this session is none other than Professor Fred Jonio, who is a governance expert and also a senior lecturer at the University of Nairobi. Karibu sana, and take it away, sir.
Thank you, the MC. Allow me to commend distinguished honorable members of different county assemblies. Today you look so different. I think the last time I saw you was on Monday. So I think you maintained the same tempo. I want to thank the presenter, Dr. Mutaka Kangu. Is a fine legal mind, a very deep thinker with an illustrious career. Dr. Kangu is a walking devolution. So if you didn't know how devolution works, observe him. Now I will open the floor for questions. I will start by asking them 2 questions in one. Then it will go around. Then I will also invite questions from the floor. Now, Dr. Kangu, you have mentioned a very powerful issues regarding county issues. Tell us, how therefore is the Auditor General reports an effective mechanism of oversight? Because we get these reports all the time, and most of them very damning. So in your view, panelists, what would be the rates of relying on these reports as effective mechanisms for oversight? So note it down. The second question, you mentioned that there are challenges of oversight, particularly of the county executive, having gone to court to challenge the decision that they be summoned. I think from my reading, they feel that it belittles them, that when they are summoned and asked very embarrassing questions, yet they are presidents of their counties. Did we get the Constitution, did the Constitution get it wrong to allow these mini presidents to be dragged along for embarrassment? So Dr. Kangu, then Madam Hongo in that direction. I think you have mics where you are. So just pick a mic, Doc, molest it, and speak. Thank you. Maybe I should begin with the second question. Now, you know, constitution-making processes are political processes And sometimes the product, the end product is as good as the process. Now, the Kenyan process combined, number one, the input of the people, the citizens. And that's why as a Constitutional Review Commission, we had to go out to conduct civic education, then go back to the people and hear their views. At one point, some people would argue that what do the people know about the Constitution? And I remember the late Professor Kothogendo telling us, no, the people should come to you and speak in their own language, but it is your responsibility as an expert to interpret what they are saying in governance and constitutional terms to be able to see what they are saying. So we had the views of the people. Then secondly, our process had technical input, and that's why we had a technical commission of people who are experts in various fields to bring their expertise on board. And then thirdly, we had the input of political compromises. And that is where our problem always begins. Sometimes the people say, we want this. The experts listen to the people. They say, if the people want this, this is the best way to deliver this. But politicians can come on the table and they say, oh, what you're talking about are theoretical things. We will do it our own way. We will arrive at compromises. And sometimes those compromises make nonsense of the expertise input that would have been put on the table. I must confess that I personally pleaded with our politicians at that stage of political compromises that if we are going to have a Senate of this kind, we cannot have it elected directly. Let it be a body that is representing the interests of the counties. So you first elect the county governments, and then that county government chooses who represents them in the Senate. That way, that senator would be responsible to the county government, would be answerable to the county government, and you will be able to say he is truly representing the interests of the county government. That could not sway the politicians, and so they insisted on directly elected senators as well as directly elected governors. And you all have witnessed, most of this summoning you see being done, sometimes it is engineered by the area senators who are eyeing the seat of the governor. They want to become governors, and therefore now they look for everything to undermine the governor. I'm not saying that governors do not have some issues to answer. They do, serious ones. But sometimes vested interests come in. And so, yes, we do have a design, but that has a bit of problems. But the second part of that is, again, I'll go back to what both the late Professor Kothogendo and Professor Yashgai, very, very learned people I had the opportunity to work with and work under. And Kothogendo used to say that most constitutions are ceasefire documents. When competing interests have fought each other, one either defeats the other and imposes a constitution, or they reach a stalemate, they can't defeat each other, and then they say, let's go to the table and talk and see how we can share the spoils. And so they come up with a constitution taking into account their own interests. That was the approach of Professor Kothogendo. But Professor Guy says that Although that was the case, Kenya's constitution-making process was an outlier that defied that approach to constitution-making, in the sense that the Kenyan constitution-making process was such that the Kenyan people maneuvered over a long period of time, so that instead of having the political elites imposing a constitution on them, it is the people who maneuvered and imposed a constitution on the political elites, which created certain values and new values that we needed to follow. But Professor Guy says, the challenge the Kenyan people are facing is that after maneuvering and imposing that constitution with new values, including leadership and governance values, the Kenyan people left the constitution to the political elites to implement it for them. And so the political elites have taken opportunity to claw back and seek to defeat the values that the Kenyan people wanted to rule them, to govern them. The political elites, if you check, very many aspects of our constitution have not been implemented. We still have a lot of old order laws in place which have not been reviewed, because we left it to the political elites who didn't like the imposition the people made on them. If you check, you will find that the misinterpretations we are talking about, some of them are not genuine misinterpretations, but actually deliberate misinterpretations to favor the interests of the political elites. And so, going forward, the challenge we face in constitution making is the question of, if you put in place a new constitution that requires you to deconstruct the old order in which some people had vested interests and construct a new order, and you leave that constitution to be implemented by those people who had vested interests in the old order, would they be able to deconstruct the old order and replace it with a new order, or will they be playing games to continue with the old order? I think that is where we are as Kenyans. Our constitution is not bad. If we had regimes that are committed, we can actually implement this constitution and make it work. That's why you see the issue of leadership and integrity. We have refused to implement it. We talk about oversight of county governors and county governments. We keep, if you hear the control of budget and auditor generals, when they are reported in the media, it is made to look like corruption is only in the county governments and not at the national level. When the truth is that the criminal law function is a national government function, which the national government has conveniently chosen not to enforce. If you are saying county governments are stealing money, governors are stealing money, you have the criminal law function. What stops you from charging them as part of the oversight and so on? Now, finally, the reports of the Auditor General, I agree that we need to relook at that. We can't have a situation where all that we see are reports and no action is taken about that. We have to start relooking at our audit law and coming up with the serious sanctions and steps how the reports of the Auditor General should be implemented to address the issues, instead of just having reports and then the media picks up and we see so much was stolen here, so much was paid on this, and it ends at that. Kenyans, you know, we are a very strange people. We are a people who have chosen to stomach all manner of unacceptable things, and in the process, we have brought the country to its knees. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Hongo.
Thank you very much. I think I will start from the part of the Constitution that spells out that the two levels of government, that is the national government and the county governments, are required to cooperate, to coordinate, and work together and consult. As much as that is provided for in the Constitution, Article 6.2 also provides that the two levels are distinct, but they are independent, interdependent. Our country is not a federal state per se. We have a cooperative devolution, a system which was put in place for the two levels of government to work together for the benefit of Wanjiku. The laws, the Constitution provides the functions that are to be implemented for that to be done. And that distinctiveness is very, very important. I must say that for the last 13 or so years that we have had devolution, we've had a lot of emphasis on how the executive arm of the county government should operate. We have put in structures that would help the executive, both at the national and the county governments, in terms of ministries and the departments in the counties to operate. The challenge that we are encountering is that at the legislative arm, the structures, if they are there, they may not be formal, of integrating the Senate, National Assembly, and the County Assembly. You find that in the executive, we have sector forums where we bring the two levels of government to discuss matters affecting implementation of functions which have got a relation in terms of policies and standards being done at national level and implementation at the county level. But I always ask myself, do we have a structure that brings together the Senate, the National Assembly, and the County Assembly members to discuss issues, not necessarily negative issues, but best practices that can be taken from one county to another county government? At the time of coming in place of devolution, some of us had an opportunity to visit some countries, and I remember we were taken to a local county assembly, and all the members of the county assembly were there. But there was a seat which was not occupied. So we asked, whose seat is that? And we were told that is the seat of the senator of that area. And at one point, within the calendar of the county assembly, the senator would come in and sit in with the county assembly members and articulate issues, so that even when they are implementing their role in Article 96, 2 and 1 and 3, they are able to understand from the ground what is happening in the counties, not reading them or imagining or having informal conversation with members of the county assemblies. In terms of, so this is something that I'm sure as we go on, there'll be a time when we'll talk of the recommendations. This is something that can help us move forward as a country, where we have a formal engagement of the senators and the county assembly of those areas. In terms of Auditor General report, yes, as Dr. Ari has also said, these are reports. When I started working in the government, I started in the Office of the Control and Auditor General
how it was called then. And I'm sorry to say that year in, year out, you would even close your eyes and write an auditor's report, because you already know what the challenge is and what you want them to do. But at the point of implementation, who follows it up? Who ensures that if a fixed asset register is not produced by a county government, a fixed asset register is not produced by a ministry or an agency, do we have processes of ensuring that the process of putting in place that fixed asset register is done so that it does not become an audit query again? Or we sit back as Auditor General and wait for time to come, look at the books of the public institutions and keep repeating the same question or the same audit query as it appeared at the other time. Of course, I'm not saying that the constitutional offices and commissions and independent offices that have been put in place by Chapter 15 of the Constitution are not working well. They are, but we are saying we are now in another dispensation where accountability is now something that is asked by even the lowest person in a community. It's not at the level where accountability was sought after by the elite. Now everybody wants accountability. So we can propose methods and ways and means of changing how some of these commissions or some of the independent offices do implement their works, so that we improve on management and on service delivery to the people of Kenya. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Madam Ongo. May I ask now Honorable Seth Okumu to make your comment.
Thank you so much. I think we had two questions. One, our Auditor General's report, a tool for oversight. Is it working? Personally, I want to appreciate the Office of the Auditor General. I think most of us, when we are elected, we don't have expertise on different fields, including finances. So when the Auditor General brings this report to the Assembly, they help us understand how we manage our finances in the county, and we can use that to also see if we have value for money for the different projects that we are implementing in the county. But we have challenge with Auditor General's report. One, because of time and constraint of resources, the Auditor General will always focus on papers that they find in the office and not the actual projects that are in the field. I mean, Kenyans are very smart and they are good at generating papers. So the Auditor General will always approve papers and say that this project, because the papers are good, then the project is good. While in reality, as members of County Assembly, we can ascertain if that project is good or not. So the focus on papers alone is making the reports of the Auditor General sometimes not factual and giving us misleading information. Two, when the Auditor General reports are brought to the Assembly, we are given only 3 months to look at them. I think they come around December and we are supposed to go through them by 31st March. Right now, in the case of the Kisumu County, we have several institutions that are being audited, including our sub-county hospitals, our county hospitals, the departments, the funds that we are having, like emergency fund, trade fund. If you look at the time frame that the Committee on Public Accounts and Investment needs to look at those reports, the time frame we are given is not enough for us to look at all the audit reports that is needed within the time frame that is stipulated in law. And there is need to look at that so that we give counties time to look at auditor's report. 3, on auditor's report, is the challenge of having senators that are interested in becoming governors in the counties that they come from. When you have such interest, then you sometimes look at the audit reports subjectively because you are interested in that position and all your interest is to find flaws on an audit report that was brought before the Assembly. Case in point is the audit report currently, I think out of the 47 counties, I think only maybe 7 or 9 meet the the threshold for development vis-a-vis other charges in the budget. But instead of looking at it as a reason for us to change the threshold, because if you're having 47 counties and only 9 can meet that threshold, then it's easier changing the law than insisting that this county must have 35% of their budget as wage bill. And I think that's what calls for the senators in reviewing the laws that protect the counties that Professor was talking about. Because if some of these laws are not working, it's the responsibility of the Senate to look into them and review them. Lastly was on summoning of the governor by the Senate. I think the intention and the framers of the Constitution meant well while they were inviting governor, because there was need to account for resources that were taken to counties. But I believe the way it's being done sometimes may not merit what was intended. Some of the reports that counties have maybe gone through, the audit reports, and make recommendations, I feel that the Senate can use those reports and check, and if a county assembly did not do something right, they should just focus on what was not done right. But inviting a governor on a matter that was discussed in the county assembly, while we have agreed that the primary oversight role lies with the county assembly, sometimes I feel it's a duplication. I think those are my comments on the two issues. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Honorable Seth Okumu. Last but not least, Honorable Dr. Boniface Rute.
Thank you, Prof. With indulgence, I want to recognize other chairs of Public Investment Accounts Committee who may be seated at the other section. I will take this opportunity to recognize you because we are here standing in to your support. I'll start by looking at the theme of this summit, striking the balance between the county assemblies and the Senate. As you've mentioned, Article 96, as read together with the overriding sections, together with the Article 185 of the Constitution, gives the county assemblies, together with the Senate, the oversight role as mandate. And the biggest issue has been, why does the Senate put herself to be superior house, and yet the County Assembly Public Investment Accounts Committee are the grassroots contact of what is done in championing the aspects of accountability? Just as alluded by Doc, that there is a gap that needs to be addressed. And I think this is a point where CAF should be able to further engage our lawyers and see how we are able to align or streamline the gap that's noticed. Because ideally, they cannot take away our function and run with it because they're Nairobi. Equally, I want to mention that in that line, the county assemblies have done the primary oversight, yes. We have shared with Senate our resolutions for the reports adopted by the assemblies with the Senate for the purpose of having that interrelationship enhanced. But unfortunately, the Senate does not share with the county assemblies their recommendations related to the same matters which they are reviewing, which I think is an injustice. That should be cascaded down for the purpose of implementation. And another critical aspect of look at the Auditor General reports. Yes, the committees do their best to cross-examine the entity, equally go to the site to confirm what my co-chair just mentioned from Kisumu, to confirm the compliance on the issue of accountability, whether these funds were lawfully used, they achieved the intended purpose and intervention or not. But unfortunately, these recommendations don't see the light of the day. One, this as a committee of assembly that has been incapacitated And this brings our issue of yesterday on the Commission of Revenue Allocation, where we are saying that if you cut down the budgets for county assemblies, how will they oversight? We remain subjects of the governor. And another critical thing which you have to look in detail is that the governor may have a majority in the county assembly. How do you expect the majority that are singing the tune of the governor to rise to the occasion and support areas of misappropriation? Equally, I want to link to the issue of the county assemblies, the County Assembly Service Board. We have serious issues of misappropriation of funds within the county assemblies. The speaker, the clerk of the county assembly sit in the county assembly service board. And in the management of the county assembly, together with the function of the committees, are revolving around the two offices. I don't know if my colleagues from the other end will be able to experience this, where the prioritization of order paper is determined by the House business. What happens to the speaker if it's adversely mentioned in the Auditor General's reports? What happens to the clerk if it's adversely mentioned or if the report is giving damning revelation over how funds have been misappropriated? One, the report can die along the way. It cannot be submitted, it can be prioritized. Two, if it's prioritized, the issue of corruption comes in. And these are things that we want to talk out openly so that we're able to look at interventions. How are we able to strengthen the oversight role? I'll also want to mention, as enshrined in Article 185(3), that the county assembly shall oversight the county executive committee. Maybe what we need to ask is, who is this county executive committee? If the governor cannot appear before the county public executive committee of the county assembly to answer questions. And this is where the catch is. I have accompanied my governor to the Senate as we're looking at the auditor reports. He puts that as a priority. They don't miss. And if they miss, there are consequences. And maybe what we need to look at the county assemblies, how do we introduce penalty or surcharges for officers who do not honor our summons? I tell you, that's the biggest challenge. They take their time to do this, to bring the responses. And we've also had a funny scenario where the Office of the Auditor General purposes to clear some of the audit issues when they're giving chairman's briefs. The matter is now cleared. Yet, it is touching on non-submission of statutory deductions. How do you clear a monetary issue by a statement? Those are some of the areas that we need to look in detail and see how we are able to exercise our oversight role. Equally, on intergovernmental relations, the Office of Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission is supposed to enforce. We have made the recommendations. The EACC takes years to come and support implementation of the resolutions. That is not happening. The Office of the DCI is supposed to come in and help the county assemblies. In fact, they don't attend those meetings. But surprisingly, when you go to the Senate, together with all other agencies are present, including the Office of the Control of Budget. So where does this oversight role supposed to be entrenched? Where is it supposed to be strengthened? It should be the county assemblies. So the issue of intergovernmental relations is skewed. And I think, since Madam is here, that is a message we are saying as a county assemblies that need to be looked into. And importantly, yesterday we were talking about with the Commission of Revenue Allocation on the fiscal responsibility that was supposed to be part of the parameters that was supposed to inform what comes to the counties. And surprisingly, from that submission yesterday, this particular parameter was removed. The issue of accountability, the governor should be accountable to the extent the money is receiving. And here, Article 201 of the Constitution is talking about the fiscal responsibility. To what extent is that being implemented? And we are all crying around misuse of public funds. And that particular section is put an emphasis. So I think those are the few comments I'll be able to mention in relation to what we're doing as a committee, but equally in closing remarks that we want to appreciate the Office of the Auditor General. They have done capacity building for the committees that we concur, non-civil society organizations. National Democratic Institute has particularly supported the County Government of Busia Public Business Accounts Committee, together with other non-governmental organizations, in building our capacity. And this is still something that we want to request CAF, that they should purpose to continue building the capacity of this committee so that we can be able to exercise this oversight role going forward. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Let us give them a hearty clap. So I know we are running out of time for the closure, but this is a very important subject. So allow me to come to the floor. Any member that has a question on my immediate right is Dr. Mutaha Kangu. Mutaha Kangu is a constitutional lawyer. Next to Doc is Madam Angeline Hongo, a member of IGRTC. Next to Madam is Honorable Seth Okumu, MCA Chairperson, PSC Kisumu County. And at the tail end is Honorable Dr. Boniface Erute, MCA Chairperson, PSC Busia County. So let us have a round of questions. You can specifically throw it to any of the panelists. And I would appeal to you, distinguished honorables, ask bullet precise questions. Don't make another presentation. Yeah, so is there a mic roaming around? Yeah, please.
My name is Douglas Bilu, Speaker County Assembly of Makueni, a student of Professor Jonyo on Political Science, University of Nairobi. On oversight overreach, my observation is that the Office of the Auditor General and its report, they report on the outcome of oversight. The Auditor General reports on the outcome of the oversight. The report itself is not an oversight report. And therefore, oversight ought to have begun at the budget making process, implementation, payment until when the auditor audits. And then using the report of the Auditor General to make observation, then it is too late. We have responsibilities as County Assembly to exercise primary oversight on this. It's amazing that the Senator and the Senate committee that purports to conduct primary oversight over the County Assembly is not present here today. I think that is what I just wanted to say. Asante.
Yeah, that is a positive comment. You are...
Allow me also to add my voice on this. My name is Imotok. I happen to be the MCA for Makongeni and also the leader of Nairobi County. I won't just put a rider. It's unfortunate that our fathers are not here at the Senate. I've been in the County Assembly for the last 3 terms. The Auditor General presents a report to the Assembly, which is then tabled before the Committee of PAC. Remember, before this becomes a report, there's a liturgy of processes to be followed until the executive has not substantively responded to what the auditor has said. That informs the auditor now to put as a query that needs to be substantiated through a primary role of oversight. I don't understand. I've tried to look at the Constitution, the Auditor General Act. Where does the Senate becomes a primary auditor? The legislative framework requires, after the report has been tabled before the PAC committee, the PAC committee does a primary role and comes up with a report that the Parliament or Assembly adopts or rejects. Upon adoption, at that point, the Senate will rely on what the Public Accounts Committee of a respective county assembly has done. But on this framework the Senate has developed, let's speak as it is. The Senate is becoming an extortionist house. It's an extortionist house. The Senate, the same thing the chairs of PAC have mystified with the executive, is the same thing the Senate is doing. With a lot of threats, intimidation to the executive, including to our speakers and clerks. I thought this one, we must tell the Senate on their face, allow us to do our job. When they are called upon to do their job, they reduce our money to give the executive. Let us do our job the Constitution gave to us. Let the Senate remain under Article 92 to protect the interest of devolution. And protect the interest of devolution is not to be an investigation organ. It's to make sure we have money in the devolved units. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well spoken. So I need a lady now in terms of gender balance. A lady, yes, at the back. And I think you also need to go this side so that we don't just use the center. Yes, proceed, madam.
Thank you very much. My name is Lillian Kochola from Homa Bay County. I just want to talk about oversight and capacity of the MCAs to really do the oversight. And I want to agree with the professor from Eldoret that if we do not build the capacity of the MCAs to really do the oversight roles, we will just be saying in the county assemblies, how many of you are saying aye, and you just say aye, without really understanding why you're saying aye. So I think it is, currently, it doesn't look to me like it is in the interest of either the executive in the county or even the Senate to build the capacities of the MCAs. A case in point is even the PAC committee. The chair may be conversant with the issues around audit queries, but the rest of the team may not know, because you find the deputy chair, for example, is being asked to give the report. They're not able to. So where is the capacity? I think we really need to look at issues around capacity and see how we can really help the county assembly provide a very efficient oversight issues. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You have heard from the horse mouth, and before we lose train of thought, I want to share with you a story. A few years ago, I come from Awendo sub-county. I went to the rural area, and my late grandmother, Marcella rest in peace, told me that, Fred, I hear rumors that Kenya is tired of itself, that Kenya wants to join Uganda, Tanzania, DRC, and we disappear. So I asked Marcella, at your doorsteps here, where do you get these rumors? Marcella was very popular in the village for organizing bananas. These bananas you pick and you put them in a pot. And within a week or two, when you open the pot, they are ready. Our market was 200 meters. But Marcella will carry her bananas, and on the way, they will all be sold out. So Marcella will have nothing to take to the market. But since she had set up to go to the market and socialize, she will still go ahead without bananas. And she asked me, Fred, if my bananas cannot reach our market, where will I get bananas to sell in Uganda? Capacity building, capacity building. The issues raised here are very academic. Do we understand them? How do we develop partnership? I've gone to some counties, the soil is very good, but the problem is water. Water. Yet World Vision is just in Karen, with unbelievable capacity to drill water. How can we develop partnerships to enhance the livelihoods of the people if these systems take time? Because as leaders, you can pioneer, and in fact, I want to challenge the organizers of this forum, create a session on partnerships in development. Because today, you cannot develop a ward alone, but distinguished honorable members are willing partners that you just write a grant and they pick it up. Because by the end of the day, your success is not how much you articulate Article 6, Article 17 is how you touch livelihoods. Please clap for me for my performance. Any question on this side? I think there's somebody at the far end so that we can also diversify. We'll leave for lunch and we can have the discussion going on.
Prof, I'm already on my feet.
But you didn't follow protocol. Order.
Prof.
All right, go ahead.
I will go ahead.
Yeah, please proceed. Proceed.
Prof, you need to check on this side.
I think after that side, we'll go this side. My apologies.
I'm here.
Where are you? Okay, proceed.
Thank you, Prof. It's good to see you after 14 years. Thank you so much. My name is William Katana. I work in the County Assembly of Kilifi. And first of all, I want to appreciate the presentation we've had from Dr. Kangu. And I like the aspect where we needed to reflect on the aspect of oversight. Now, from the experience I've had is we've had different interpretations of oversight with the leaders who are elected into office. We have had instances where governors interpret oversight as interference to their manifestos. We've had leaders who are elected to conduct oversight in the county assemblies who think that by checking on the county executive, it is undermining the authority of the sitting governor. So then we need to ask ourselves, what is it that we need to do first as the first-tier oversight institutions? We need to be very clear that assemblies have staff who have capacity to advise on what needs to be done. But my colleagues will agree with me that there are frustrations of the staff of county assemblies, especially on areas where leaders elected and nominated in the county assemblies have deliberately or by design decided not to do what they are supposed to do. Secondly, the Senate, like you've rightly put it, Daktari, we look at why did they decide to start summoning governors and county executive members, speakers and clerks of county assemblies in their respective committees to do investigation. It's because of the misinterpretation of the Constitution. I totally agree with you. And the other aspect is on the personal interests. They have realized, as Senate, that they need to abandon the cause. And the drafters of the Constitution was very clear. There is a reason why Article 1 is about sovereignty of the people. And if you look at Article 96 of the Constitution, it is clear that the first Article 96 sub Article 1 on the protection of counties and their county governments as the main role of the Senate. But the reason why they will want to abandon that is because they have looked at the capacity of county assemblies. They have looked at the financial autonomy of county assemblies, which is non-existent, and they have also looked at the human resource capacity that they have. And they have been able to have it their way. So I think the first point we need to start, I would urge the honorable members, is that we are supposed to check on the county executive and conduct our oversight. If that is done, it is not fighting the governor, it is actually doing what we are supposed to do as what the Constitution entails us to do. And then secondly, if we have to deal with the Senate, the Intergovernmental Relations Technical Committee is here. They have documented what needs to be done and you know the excesses that they do. But what we need to do as county assemblies is to ensure that we not only partner with them in this process of oversight, but we continue to engage them even through the commissions
so that we ensure that there is a balance in terms of how we operate in the county assemblies. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Colleagues, you will sympathize with me because I've been given firm instructions on time. We are almost one. So I'll give only one lady, then I'll come to the panel for their final remarks. Then we allow the leadership to proceed. So I'll give her. I see another restless hand, so I will allow you to conclude. Yeah, proceed.
Good afternoon. Thank you. I'm Alima Abgudo, MCA for Cherab in Isiolo County. Mine is a concern. I thank for the presentation, which was very supportive as county assembly members. The mandate of the Senate, as per Constitution, is supporting nurturing the counties to grow to its maximum potential. But if you look at what is going on in Kenya since the devolution started in 2013, you see we are carrying on the problem that we are facing as the county assembly. As much as we are trying very hard to come out of those problems, which were the challenges that we have been discussing all through since we came on Monday, the Senate has not even captured a single, including even our salary. The physical responsibility, which was also slotted in by the KRA, was shut down at the Senate. Every effort that helps the county, if it comes to Senate, it is shut down. So my question is Senate really there for us? It is even a stumbling block for our growth. Yes, there are some counties which are challenged than others, whereby the MCAs are compromised, and the challenge, because they are also elected, they come in when they see the loopholes, when it's wide and the resources are not utilized, and there's corruption, maybe they come in. But the proportion of the advantage of the Senate to the Assembly nurturing to what they are doing, the good things that they do, is very minimal. As myself, I see that this House, unless there is a clear-cut line between the oversight of the Assembly and the Senate, it may not be necessary. If at all there is that public participation which will ask us, or the larger population, for us, maybe as a nation, we have not reached to that level whereby the Senate make a difference in our political life. As Assembly, we see that we are struggling with our challenges as orphans, when we know that at that higher level, there is a body called Senate that's supposed to assist us to grow. Thank you.
Okay. The last, so that we come here. Yeah, give Madam here. Oh my God. All right, share 1 second with the honorable member there. So we begin, Madam.
I will donate. Thank you. My name is Omondi Concepta from Busia County. At least you've caught my eye, and I thank you for that. As I leave this place as a very frustrated member of County Assembly. As you can see, the chairs are empty. It's not actually a question per se, but it's a concern. The chairs are empty. What does that insinuate? There is a problem. Devolution is a car that is well driven by the MCAs. We are the people on the ground. We are the people meeting electorates every now and then in our homes, on the streets, in the supermarkets, and everywhere. This is a clear indicator, panelists, that there is a problem and the MCAs are suffering and they are demoralized to even be here. This is the start of killing this thing called devolution. Next time we might be having such a conference, such a setup, and MCS might just take per diems and not turn up for this. My question, as CAF, we even invited the head of state here. The head of state did not come. It is not the first time we are inviting him here. Last time we were at KCC, we did the same thing the way we sent out Honorable Mvurya. But what happened as CAF? Do you have an answer over that? Can we continue with the same norm, doing the same things the same way, expecting different results? I think it would have been good, or rather prudent, for a head of state to come and meet the leaders who are at grassroots called MCS. We are complaining of salary cuts. We are complaining of slashed budgets. As CAF, what are you doing? Is it a matter of just coming here and listening to speeches and questions and going back home without any change? I think something must be done. If not so, I want to assure you that as a country, we are headed nowhere. As a country, we are sinking. And I want to challenge the entire leadership of CAF. If you're not going to look into the cries of MCS, then we rather not have CAF. We rather not have CAF. Thank you very much.
And the last one?
Thank you, Chair. My name is Otieno Rakewa. I want to say that today I felt what the marginalized communities feel, because I was seated at the far end, but it seems I was marginalized. I have had to migrate here. Thank you, honorable panelists. One thing, the Senate once declared one of our county assemblies a crime scene. And one of the speakers said it's an extortion center. 2 years down the line, no one has been prosecuted in that crime scene. We are still watching. To my question, to the IGTR, you cannot talk about partnership and forget the judiciary. Our good prof was almost hitting it, but I think he avoided it for some other reasons. But one of our worst tragedies that even affects our devolution is something called the Supreme Court, in terms of understanding and interpretation of our laws. And I want to tell you, Prof, that I feel frustrated that not only the Supreme Court, some of our judges, some, do not even appreciate that the county assemblies are managed by County Assembly Service Board and the county executive are managed by the Public Service Board. You can imagine that. So in building or moving forward, Prof, is there a way you can engage the Judiciary Training Institute, maybe in our next forum, so that they are also here to enable them understand? Because in this country, we've had a high court issuing an order stopping implementation of a county budget, you can imagine. So thank you, and that was my humble question. Thank you.
All right, I think as you wrap up, I want you to tie the questions that they have raised with one goal: how do we improve oversight so that it can be effective and it can deliver the mandate for which it was set? I want to begin from Honorable Dr. Irute, coming this way. All right. Based on public demand, that would allow me to be the last. Yes.
Thank you, Prof. My name is Yvonne Mati, nominated member of the County Assembly of Embu. Thank you for this chance. I stand here just like my female partner, saying that I am quite disappointed. You know, this country, we are ended up to such meetings and we are headed to nowhere. If we take our minds back, when we have seen institutions almost die, when there are organizations that they vent, where they take grievances, are brought down. If those who are with our teachers like I was, know that there was a time when NAT was a very strong organization of teachers. But what happened? The government found out that they were very strong, and they were broken to another organization called Kupet. And today, teachers have nothing they can say. We have CAF as our only organization where all county members can meet in Kenya and say something. And we have found out that we are getting frustrated each day. And we are disappointed. Whatever you're telling us is very good. And in matters of oversight, how do you oversight someone who is holding your neck? How do you oversight someone, like maybe the executive, who is holding your money? The money that comes to the county assembly to facilitate us do our oversight are held up there. If the governor and the executive are not ready to give us the funds, then we are brought down. We have to beg. How do you oversight someone you beg? That's why we are asking for autonomy. We want to be a standalone arm of the government, just like it is stated. We have legislature, we have the executive, and we have the judiciary. Can we see it happening down here? As you see, some of us have already gone home because they don't have money to pay to where they are sleeping. Some of the counties you see here, it's only that we can't cry because we are adults. Some people cannot even be able to fuel their cars from where they have come from. We have pulled. It's a shame. We have pulled. You find MCAs, 4 MCAs, 5 MCAs in one car. And you're here telling us about oversight. How do you oversight people who are killing you? How do you oversight people who are not ready to listen to you? When the CAF went ahead, the people who benefited were only speakers. We were left behind. We are just asking for a few things. 1, autonomy. 2, we are asking that we are given word fund for those who are elected, so that now they are able also to showcase what they want. Otherwise, you want to see all of us wiped out. Because how can we work without a well-crafted law of having a word fund where every morning when I wake up in the morning, opening my gate, I meet 10 women with desperate cases. They want me to give them food. Some of them want me to take them to hospitals. How? And I even fueling my car, I can't explain to my people. Prof, lastly, oversight. The governors or the executive only fears the park committee up there. For us, we are just there. We have so many books to read. We have so many things to oversight. I am in the park committee in the county assembly, and I'll tell you this without fear. The executive only fears when they are called to the Senate. They don't fear when we oversight them because we have nothing we can do. We just call them, ask them questions, but at the end of the day, they are looking at our salaries and laughing at us. What are we? We just want to go to group E1. Let us be straight. Autonomy, E1. Hatutaki kuwa D2 tena. Tunalipwa mshahara kidogo. We are doing the donkey work. But at the end of the day, we don't benefit. Lastly, we want you to sit down, Professor and your team and all other teams that we have seen come there. Look at the achievement that we have gotten from devolution. And you see where the rain started beating us. The MCA is left to be a beggar. We are even begging for a presence. We are begging for a presence of an year. But now we are almost nearing election. You will come down there and start showing us whoever you want or whoever you don't want. And oversight now has been transferred to fighting. When we oversight, when we say things as they are, it is called fighting the government. It has been named otherwise. Kindly let us be autonomous. Kindly take us to job group E1. Kindly give us what it takes and you will see devolution mature. And if you want to kill devolution, we have nothing we can do. We will have our say, you will have your way. Thank you.
Yeah, so Dr. Rute, as you make your concluding remarks, let us also benefit from your experience in terms of how do we make oversight effective. 2 minutes, each panelist.
Okay, thank you. First, I want to appreciate that as county assemblies, we've made some progress in terms of our oversight mandate. Allow me just in a quick to mention from the breakdown of Auditor General reports, how we've walked through this journey and if there's anything positive. One, I want to refer to the financial year ended 2017-2018. We had 0 unqualified opinion reports. We had 31 qualified reports, adverse 13, disclaimer 3. In the year 2020-2021, we had 5 unqualified opinion, 38 qualified, 3 adverse, 1 disclaimer. In 2023-2024 financial year, we had unqualified opinion 8, we have qualified 37, adverse 2, disclaimer 0. It was important to mention that just to show that as an assembly or as assemblies, we are slowly marching our mandate. Equally, I want to say that our oversight role needs to be supported. One, you had a rallying call of the autonomy of the county assemblies. That is something that be purposed to be implemented. Equally, there should be increased allocation to support the oversight role of the respective committees that are doing the oversight role. That is very important. And yesterday, we had an engagement with CRA on the same issue. Because when you reduce funding to the county assemblies, how do we do the oversight? That's something that we're just trying to reinforce. Equally, we are saying Senate should raise location and implement the sections of Article 96 as provided by the Constitution to protect the county governments. Equally, I'll say that the counties have been able to move far in terms of oversight, have been able to receive capacity building of their respective members. So I want to request the clerks and the speakers around here that let us continue to build the capacity of honorable members in their respective committees where they are serving. Equally, we are saying about implementation. There's a long or a tiring frustration where the very good recommendations are not implemented. So I'll beseech that the responsible agencies, Office of the Auditor General, when they look at the prior year matters, they should be able to come with smart recommendations or observations that they're able to conclude some of the matters that keep on reoccurring year after year. Equally, the judiciary. There are some of the recommendations that the Public Investment Accounts Committee, together with the security committees, give in terms of those holding the accountable positions. You've been recommended to step aside. You go to court for a stay order. What happens to a clerk who is employed on PNP, who is supposed to step aside, and there's a bit of a job security attached to his job in relation to the County Assembly Services Act? So that is some area that we need to look so that we're able to distinguish the aspect of conflict of interest and accountability. And finally, the executive, we make our recommendations to the governor to take disciplinary action or even surcharge members. And that is not done. So I want to say that is my contribution. We will urge my fellow chairpersons of Public Investments Accounts Committee, together with other chairs and members of respective committees that are doing oversight. Let's not relent. Let's do our bit, and history will judge us later. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. Honorable Seto Kumu.
Thank you, honorable members. One, I want to say that we cannot let devolution fall. We must rise to the occasion as MCS and make sure that devolution works despite these few hiccups that we are witnessing. Because we appreciate as MCS that devolution has really changed our villages. Our members, we want to request the Senate to appreciate that we are peers in oversight. They are not above us, we are peers. We share the same cause in seeing that there is prudent use of resources that are given to counties so that the people can benefit. And members, oversight should not be restricted to only looking at how money is being spent. It includes even passing the budget. You must make sure that the budget that is being passed is commensurate to what the people want. In even approving officers that are brought before the assembly, let's approve people who have integrity. Let's not approve somebody without integrity. He messes up with funds, then you wait to look at how he has messed with funds. Let's look at oversight as also looking at laws that we pass in the assemblies. These laws should serve our people, should even hinder some of the vices that we are seeing that are messing up with the management of finances. Honorable members, let's also appreciate as public participation as oversight. What you cannot make decision about, take it to the people who elected you. Tell them this is what's happening. They let you know what they want to be done, and then follow what they want done. Let's not restrict oversight to only looking at the auditor's report. Honorable members, if you look at all those functions, and the function of the Senate as stipulated in Article 96, which is also very funny, it restricts them to just oversighting funds from the national revenue. But we also have on-source revenue. So you have a lot of responsibility. We have a lot of responsibility, and we have power in our hands. We are the only people who can initiate the process of impeaching the governor. We are the people who can impeach directly the CC members. We are people who can censor even the County Public Service Board. So I don't believe when we say there is nothing we can do. We just need to make use of those powers so that we make things right. And lastly, we appreciate with all those roles that the Senate oversight funds that they usually give to themselves should be given to honorable members. If you look at the activities that we are doing in making sure that there's prudent use of money, we need oversight funds more than the Senate. Let this money be brought to the assemblies, and we'll ensure that there is prudent use of resources that are given to the counties. Otherwise, thank you so much, and I wish you safe journeys as you travel back home.
Yeah, thank you very much, Honorable Seth Okumu. Madam Angeline Congo.
Thank you very much. I'll not speak a lot because a number of things have been re-emphasized by my fellow panelists. But I would want to re-emphasize on the matter of partnership and cooperation and collaboration between the two levels of government in terms of legislation, or the legislative level and for both national and county government. We are proposing in IGRTC to see to it that there is a framework that can bring the two together, not necessarily in meetings, but to develop frameworks that will entail the role on what you want to undertake, to unbundle, that's a word that is common in IGRTC, to unbundle, even to look at what the oversight means in terms of level of county government oversight and oversight at the Senate. And this can only happen when the two come in a room that they can be able to discuss. So we are encouraging a formal framework, not an informal framework. Come up with a formal framework in which, and this framework will not be only IGRTC, but it should be a multi-agency, whereby all other sectors, all other institutions, all other commissions, stakeholders within the CAF, the forum for the clerks, the caucuses that you do have for each of the CCs can also participate. And the Senate will ensure that they also participate in such forums so that understanding on how the two levels of government can work when it comes to issues of legislation and oversight can be done. So we are encouraging engagement of the two levels of government. The gentleman who spoke about a partnership and especially to bring on board the judiciary, it's like he was with us yesterday at IGRTC. Yesterday, IGRTC met with the judiciary, and we are developing a partnership with them so that they are also able to understand what devolution is. Because we have realized that there are some cases which are brought to them, and they make rulings that may not be favorable in terms of implementation at a county level. A good example, we were given one this morning with my colleagues. When a ruling is done that a county government makes payment to a debtor, and it is so much, 500 million or 10 million, yet that amount was not captured in the budget of the county governments. Where will you get the money to pay? And if you don't pay, the same person will still go back to court. And if you use other items to make that budgetary items to make that payment, at the end of that financial year, the Auditor General is on you, and the PACs are also on you. So these are some of the things that we need to engage with the judiciary to start making them understand the PFM Act, some of the laws that are affecting implementation at a county level, so that when issues come on board, they are able to adjudicate on them from an informed status. We want also, as IGRTC, to appreciate the judiciary. We've worked very, very closely with them because they have issues that have been brought to their table, and they find out that that matter is an intergovernmental relation issue. They do refer those matters to IGRTC, who is mandated by the law to come up with an alternative dispute resolution on how to handle intergovernmental issues that do affect county governments in terms of ownership of assets, ownership of land, ownership of a function, and how they are supposed to be executed. So we are already working with the judiciary on that line. But yesterday, we took it upon ourselves with the judges that we met yesterday that we are starting an engagement process on how to engage them. And I think they are having a conference next month, which will be our first entry point, to start informing them on matters of laws and how intergovernmental relation is expected to be undertaken, so that they don't make rulings that go against what devolution has ably put in place. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Hongo. Finally, Doc.
Thank you so much. I think a lot has been said, so I don't have to repeat. Now, one thing I want to emphasize, listening to members, is that we as Kenyans must remain committed to get this system work. We must not give up. And the reason I say we must not do that is that we should recognize that they say federal systems are always works in progress. So what is important for us to do as critical players in this process is to always be ready to assess, identify challenges, and find solutions to those challenges with a commitment that we must make the system work. Now, the second point I need to emphasize is to underscore the need for capacity building. We need to do capacity building at the county level, but we also must appreciate the fact that ever since we adopted the Constitution, and one of the functions that was assigned to national level was capacity building and technical support to county governments, some people misinterpreted that to mean that there is capacity at the national level and it is the counties that don't have capacity which must be taught. It is not true. I have worked with the county governments, and I can tell you that many of the people in the county governments, before we adopted devolution, they were colleagues of the people who are working in the national government, and they were working on an equal basis. So nothing changed. By the mere fact that you went to work in the county didn't in any way reduce your capacity. What is, however, important is, and which we needed to realize as a nation, is that when we adopted the new constitution with a fundamental change in as far as devolution is concerned, we needed to undertake very serious change management, which required getting all manner of experts in their different areas, highly educated people, to start seeking to understand this new system. And bearing in mind the fact that when we abandoned the Majimbo system in 1964, many Kenyan scholars stopped researching in the federal systems. And so when we adopted a devolved system that is more or less a federal system, we all needed to start saying, can we understand how this new system works? Much as we may be very highly educated in our different fields, we needed to understand the new system. And so that capacity building, if we are going to improve the capacity of the counties' assemblies to oversight, we must know that the counties work in an environment which involves other players like those at the national level. And if we don't make those at the national level also understand these things well, then they become a hindrance to the efforts of the county governments. But otherwise, working with the counties, particularly when we were pursuing the subject of facility improvement financing, I can tell you that I have learned a lot of lessons. And we must take that capacity building beyond the county assembly. We don't confine ourselves there. We must include that capacity building. We must make it include interaction between the county assemblies and the county executives, so that we are able to understand each other. Even when an executive comes up with a law, you are able to understand before you pass it, and in future when now you're trying to oversight how it is being implemented, you understand. That's what we did in FIF. We will go to a county and say we want the top leadership of health, we want the top leadership of finance, and we want the members of the health committee, the county assembly, we want the members of the planning and budgeting committee in the county assembly, and we go through something together, and by the time you finish, there is clear understanding among both executive and judicial and legislative arm. So capacity building must take that into account, particularly bringing on board the county finance department. Number three, there is the question of talking about oversight. You people pass an appropriation bill allocating money to different departments. But I know in some counties, the execution of that budget is normally done by the county department of finance. And the other departments you are supposed to allocate money to do not themselves make decisions on the spending of that money. When the money comes, it is the county finance department that spends on behalf of the other counties. So how do you then question the department you had allocated money to if it is the one that was not spending? I would be urging that you people need to go and look at that law very clearly and start streamlining things on how they operate in the county to see if you have allocated money, the role that remains for the county treasury is to transfer money to the departments that have been allocated the money so that they are the ones that spend, and if questions arise, they are the ones you summon to ask why this money was spent in this manner. Number 4, the subject of public participation has been mentioned as part of oversight, and I will urge you members to go and look again at function 14 of the county government functions. If you look at that function, it is the last function in the list of the functions of the county government under the Constitution, and many people read the Constitution in a serial way, and they think if you are numbering things, the one that comes last is the least important. I want to tell you that function is the most important, and we should be urging the government, the national government, how do we invest money in operationalizing function 14, so that when you are doing public participation, people don't have to cry, oh, it's expensive to come to the sub-county, when ideally we were supposed to organize the communities at the locational level and the village level. And if you have budget documents, you can take them there, copies. You can open a documentation center there so that the public can access even budget documents of the previous year to be able to comment on the current year budget and all that. We need to push national government to ensure that money is provided to operationalize function 14. So those are the things I would like to comment for now. But otherwise, thank you so much listening to you speak, to colleagues in the panel here. I am one person who is confident that actually there is capacity in the county governments and we can drive change in this country from below. Identify issues, and we must also start working in the direction of how do we get CAF working with COG so that COG can identify an issue, we develop a policy guidance, we sit with the CAF and say, how do we start this starting to work? And many times the national government will come running to pick what we have started if it is working. That is what they did with FIF. We started FIF at the lower level, and when they saw it is a good thing, they came and picked up and now came up with a national law. We have the capacity to drive the agenda from below. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, distinguished honorable members. Let us clap for the team. So given the pressure of time, I think their message is one. We are all Kenyans. We are serving Kenyans. We serve Kenya. So what we need to invest in are synergies. Let our hands contribute to developing the whole. I want to thank you very much for your patience. I now hand over power peacefully.
Thank you, Professor Jonyo. Asanteni sana. You may leave the stage. Thank you, Dr. Mutaka Kangu. Thank you, Madam Angeline Hongo. Thank you, the Honorable Seth Okumu, and thank you, Dr. Boniface Erute, all the way from Busia. I want to set the stage now for the closing ceremony. Sindio? Silisema leo ni closing day. Sindio? To help us start that process, I'll be inviting on stage so that they do it very quickly. For the presentation of the resolutions of the pre-summit events. And I'd like to invite the Honorable Susan Mwende, the chairperson, CAF Youth Chapter. She's also the MCA from Embu. The Honorable Madam Deti from Machakos to do a presentation on the Women Chapter. And last but not least, the Honorable Timothy Aseka from Kakamega, to read the resolutions or present the resolutions on behalf of PWD chapter. Tafadhali, hawa waheshimiwa naomba waje hapa. And in order to set that stage, nataka tusikize nyimbo moja tu kutoka kwa kwaya as we wait for those very leaders to come on stage and present the resolutions in 4 minutes. Asante. Asante. Makofi kwa Nairobi City County Choir. Asante sana. Nilikuwa natarajia honorable members wangejiunga hapo. Asante. Tunayoipenda daima, penda daima. Makofi ya kilo kwa Nairobi City County. Asanteni sana. Tunashukuru sana sana. Asante, makofi sana. Thank you so much for entertaining us throughout the days that we've been here. Ladies and gentlemen, we're coming to the near close. Nawaomba tuwe watulivu kidogo tu because we want to finalize everything in the next 15, maximum 20 minutes. Let me invite also on stage the Honorable Susan Okwiri, the Organizing Secretary CAF. She will do the communique on summit resolutions and the way forward. But to start us off, let me ask Madame Susan Mwende, the Honorable member from the County of Embu, to give us the resolutions from the pre-summit concerning the youth chapter.
Thank you. This is the youth pre-summit theme. The theme was empowering youth registratures, advocating accountability through leadership and oversight, held on 15th March, and these are the resolutions. 1, strengthening youth representation in governance, that the county assembly should advocate for increased representation of youth in county assemblies through their political parties and in county governance. The actors are county assemblies, political parties, ORPP, and IBC. That issuance of national identification cards should incur no cost to boost youth registration for electoral participation. Resolution number 2, enhancing legislative oversight and accountability. 1, that the county assembly through the respective committees to monitor the implementation of youth-related policies and programs. That the national government should involve youth representatives at the county level when formulating the programs. The actors are county assemblies, government ministries, department and agencies. Resolution number 3, capacity building and leadership development. CAF, working with partners, should establish training programs that will equip youth registratures with knowledge on policy formulation, advocacy, and oversight mechanisms. That the State Department for Youth Affairs should fast-track the establishment of National Youth Council Board and undertaking of elections. That CAF should partner with the State Department of Youth Affairs, private sectors, civil societies, and development partners to support youth empowerment programs. That county assemblies should develop mentorship and intergenerational programs linking young registratures at the county assemblies with experienced leaders. That CAF, in conjunction with the State Department for Youth and creative economy, organizes an annual youth conference for youth MCAs in 2025. The actors are CAF, development partners, State Department for Youth Affairs, and National Youth Council. Resolution number 4, promoting youth-led advocacy strategies, stroke inclusivity. That CAF should establish platforms for regular engagement between youth leaders and policymakers to discuss emerging issues. That the State Department for Youth Affairs should advocate for government structures that embrace youthful leadership that will take up roles in government on matters touching the youth. That the State Department of Youth Affairs should ensure that all youth empowerment centers are operational. That CAF should mobilize funds to support the agenda of youth across all county assemblies. Number 5, strengthening policy and legal frameworks. That the county assemblies should review and amend county laws that limit youth participation in governance structures in respective counties. That county assembly should do legislative impact assessment, post-legislative scrutiny of their registrations to check on extent of their implementation in relations to youth participation in governance. That CAF should liaise with the various county assemblies to get the views on youth bill and creative economic bill being developed by the State Department of Youth Affairs and submit a joint memorandum before the publication of the same. Lastly, the digital innovation and accountability tools that the State Department of Youth Affairs, in consultation with CAF and COG, should develop technology platforms that would engage youth in tracking implementation of youth programs and have governance discussion, which will in turn enhance public service delivery. Thank you very much.
All protocols observed. I am Helen Detty. I'm the chair of the Women Caucus for Machakos County, but today I'm sitting for our group chair, Mheshimiwa Naomi Serem, who is away on an important matter. And these are the resolutions for the Women's Pre-Summit held on Sunday. 1, legislative and policy reforms. That CAF, in conjunction with partners and stakeholders, advocate for gender-responsive budgeting at both levels of government. That county assemblies establish women caucuses across all the counties, fully recognized by the county assemblies. The actors are the Senate, National Assembly, county assemblies, CAF, constitutional commissions such as National Gender and Equality Commission, that is GEC, and Kenya National Commission on Human Rights. Professional organizations such as Institute of Certified Public Accountants, ISPAC, and civil society partners like Bejit, Hub, Mzalendo Trust. 2, capacity building and mentorship for women legislators. That CAF, in partnership with CSOs and development partners, establish continuous and timely training programs on oversight, policy analysis, and public finance management. That CAF, in partnership with CSOs and other development partners, establish mentorship and intergenerational programs where experienced women leaders mentor new legislators. That CAF, in conjunction with the State Department for Gender and Affirmative Action, organize annual conferences for women legislators in 2026 to coincide with the International Women's Day. That CAF, in conjunction with the State Department for Gender and Affirmative Action, sent CAF representative at the United Nations Commission on the Status of Women, CSW, in 2026. Partners involved will be County Assemblies Forum, CAF, Parliamentary Caucuses, KEWOSA, Development Partners, UN Women, ISPAC, Mzalendo Trust, Budget Hub, Center for Multi-Party Democracy, CMD, and Independent Commissions, GEC, State Department for Gender Affairs. 3, enhancing public and political participation and inclusivity. That His Excellency, the President establishes a gender ministry to be headed by a woman cabinet secretary. That political parties prioritize nominating women who fail to secure party tickets for elected positions in their nomination lists. That the State Department for Gender and Affirmative Action undertakes gender impact assessment on governance. That CAF partners with CSOs and development partners to strengthen community and grassroots engagements, forums to ensure women's voices shape county policies. That CAF partners with GEC and other CSOs to advocate and publish and push for the implementation of the 2/3 principle in both elective and appointive positions. The partners in this category will be political parties, county executive and county assemblies, independent commissions, GEC, Kenya National Commission on Human Rights, IBC, ORP. CSO partners will be Eco Network Africa, Mzalendo Trust, Ushindi Empowerment Group, Mathare Social Justice, FemNet, and Siasa Place. The fourth resolution is strengthening oversight and accountability. That CAF partners with the development partners to enhance women legislators' oversight capacity. The partners will be independent commissions, government agencies such as Office of the Control of Budget, Office of the Auditor General, GEC, Public Procurement and Regulatory Authority, professional bodies such as ISPAC, CSOs partners will be Mzalendo Trust, Institute of Economic Affairs, Budget Hub, Collaborative Center for Gender and Development, Transparency International. The fifth resolution is addressing gender-based violence and discrimination in county governance. That county assemblies and county executives establish clear mechanisms to prevent and address GBV within governance structures. That county assemblies push for implementation of GBVH policies at the county level. The partners will be Institute for Public Finance, Kenya, Independent Commission, GEC, Kenya National Commission on Human Rights, State Department for Gender Affairs, county executives, and county assemblies. The final one is 6, affirmative action. That CAF, in partnership with other development partners, safeguard achievements realized as a result of affirmative action provisions in the Constitution. The development partners will be ENAF and UN Women. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Aseka Timothy, member of the County Assembly of Kakamega, and the head of the Disability Caucus of the County Assemblies Forum. Our resolutions are, I'll try to do a summary. You know, I'm a white man, and in the interest of time, I'll try to do a summary because I know most people will rush to leave. That the Senate, the National Assembly, and the county assemblies should prioritize and ensure inclusivity in the budgeting to include PWDs. 2, that the county assembly, Senate, and the National Assembly enacts the Persons with Disabilities Law that fully aligns with the Constitution of Kenya 2010. Kenya 2010, it should repeal the Persons with Disabilities Act 2003 that predates on the Constitution of Kenya 2010. Thirdly, that in the short term, the National Assembly amends the 2003 Disability Act to provide for the extension of the retirement age of PWDs from 60 to 65, to provide for the caregivers and their facilitation and other emerging disability issues. That the County Assembly prioritizes development and enactment of county disability policies and laws. That the County Assemblies prioritize and come up with oversight mechanisms in guaranteeing and implementation of the national and county laws of disability. On capacity, that CAF partners with the development partners and other stakeholders to undertake intensify capacity building and mainstreaming of disability initiatives. That CAF initiates and intensifies intergenerational mentorship and succession initiatives, bringing more PWDs, leaders that are qualified. On welfare, that the National Treasury should provide circulars on the statutory deductions of SHA, is it SHA or she? And housing levy that should be calculated on the balance remaining after the exemption of 150,000. Actors, the Senate, the National Assembly, the National Council for Persons with Disabilities, Kenya Revenue Authority, CAF, and the Kenya Law Reform Commission. Thank you very much.
Makofi for those resolutions. However, the Honorable Madam Deti, I've been made aware that there's a small issue needs to be corrected in one of the resolutions you've read, because I've been told that if it goes through like that, there might be some issues. I don't know which one it is particularly, but I don't know if they can take it back. The resolutions on the women chapter. Which one? Resolution number 2. I don't know if you want to. Yeah. Please beam it on.
Okay, resolution number 2 was capacity building. Or the last one, that CAF, in conjunction with the State Department for Gender and Affirmative Action, sent CAF representative at the United Nations Commission on the Status of Women in 2026. To read.
We are suggesting, first of all, we appreciate that what you have presented here is exactly what we talked about. However, the wording is likely to bring a different interpretation. Okay. The people that we suggested would go to the UN Commission on Status of Women were representative from the respective women caucuses in our assemblies, not the CAF representatives.
I agree. Kindly. I fully support that also as a women chair.
Thank you, Mheshimiwa. I'll allow it to be amended. Otherwise, we support the recommendations.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm also in full support. Yes.
I take it that you'll agree it will be amended. And now, let me ask the Honorable Susan Okuri to give us the communique on summit resolutions and the way forward.
Thank you, honorable members. My name is Susan Okwiri. Susan Okwiri is a member of County Assembly of Siaya, representing the interest of the great men and women of West Game Ward, Siaya County. I'm also the organizing secretary for CAF. After the 3-day fruitful summit, legislative summit, allow me to take you through the resolutions. Honorable members, feeling the sugar levels, allow me to just to give you the highlights. The legislative summit now resolves and recommends as follows: that the Senate fast track the passage of the County Public Finance Laws Amendment Bill 2023, which should guarantee the County Assembly's financial autonomy. Number 2, there should be the review of the Public Finance Management PFM County Government Regulations 2015 to provide equitable recurrent budget ceilings for the county assemblies. Also, they should review of the Public Finance Management PFM County Government Regulation 2015 to provide for the county assemblies to amend up from 1% to 20% of the line budget to ensure that the county assemblies have control over the budget. Also, the Parliament should fast track the passage of the County Assembly's Pension Scheme Bill 2024. Also, the Senate should fast track the passage of the county government, the state officers' removal from the Office Procedure Bill 2024 to provide clear procedures for the removal from the office of the county state officers. The Senate should undertake a wider stakeholder awareness and consultation on the CRA's proposed fourth generation revenue sharing formula to ensure that they eventually adopted the formula that does not entrench unfairness and discrimination. Also, the Senate and the National Assembly to fast track the passage of the Intergovernmental Relations Amendment Bill 2024 to entrench the County Assembly's forum into law and remaining on the Intergovernmental Relations Committee, that is IGTRC, to Intergovernmental Relations Agency. Also that the CAF intensify its outreach to engagement with the development partners to mobilize resources for the improvement of the County Assembly institutional and technical capacity through the training for effective delivery. The CAF in engage of the fourth review salary and remuneration to ensure that it can monitorate the review of the salaries of the members of the County Assembly. That the CAF should engage with the Salary and Remuneration Commission, that is the SRC, to finalize the modalities for the County Assembly's contribution to the County State Officers Pension Fund, that is the COF-SOPF. That the Ministry of Health or to send us as the members of County Assembly on Social Health Security, that is SHA, and the Social Health Insurance, that is SHE, to cascade the public awareness at the grassroots levels. That the Office of the Control of Budget and the County Assembly's Forum conclude on development of engagement framework before the year-end financial year 2024-2025. That the COB adheres to strict budget timelines provided under the Public Finance Management Act and therefore issues the circular before the start of any financial year. That the National Council of Law Reporting in collaboration with CAP develop a legal resource for coalition of all counties' laws in a centralized database. And lastly, that the KLRC, in consultation with the IGRTC, review all the laws that inhibit complete transfer of the devolved function to the counties. Thank you.
Thank you, Makofi. Makofi tena to the honorable members. Thank you so much. You may take your seats. Asanteni sana. Haya, tunafikia kipindi cha lala salama. Na kufanya hivyo, nataka nimkaribishe naibu mwenyekiti wa CAF, Mheshimiwa Seth Mwatela, halafu atamkaribisha kirasmi mwenyekiti wetu kufunga sherehe ya leo.
Waheshimiwa na wafanyikazi wetu kutoka mabunge tofauti tofauti, kwa jina naitwa Seth Mwatela Kamanza na mimi ni spika wa bunge gatuzi la Kwale, na leo hii nachukua fursa hii kusema mwanzo ulianza vibaya lakini tunamaliza na mema ambayo yanaweza tusaidia sisi wote. Waheshimiwa, nataka kuchukua fursa hii kusema asante kwa yale mabunge tofauti tofauti ambayo yameweza kuwa na uwakilishi katika summit hii ama warsha hii ya leo. Kwa hivyo kwa hayo machache, sitaki kuwa mwingi wa maneno, nataka kusema asante na nataka tu niwaelezee waheshimiwa vile mkirudi katika kaunti zetu tofauti tofauti, CAF ni yetu. CAF ni yetu sisi wote, ni mtoto wetu, tuweze kumjenga, tuweze kuhakikisha tumemlea aweze kuwa yule ambaye tunamtaka sisi. Kwa hayo machache, nataka kuchukua fursa hii kumshukuru Mwenyezi Mungu kwa kutupa rehema ya kuona hii siku ya leo. Kwa hayo nataka kuchukua fursa hii niweze kumwalika chair wetu wa CAF aweze kuja kutuhutubia. Asante.
Karibu, lakini naomba usimame hapo kidogo. Nataka uje kwa shangwe, nderemo na simama tu mheshimiwa. Lazima hii closing ceremony lazima ikuwe na mbwembwe yake. Nataka niite wale Nairobi Cultural Troupe wakusindikize hapa ukicheza vizuri mpaka kule mwisho na waheshimiwa wengine. Makofi kwa mwenyekiti, amekuwa mkarimu sana.
God is good. Now all the time. Thank you. I don't want to take a lot of time here. My mission here is to close this ceremony. I'll take you through my speech, the remarks. But before I do that, I just want to take this opportunity to thank you so much, members and our staff, and invited guests, because of your resilience, your patience, your attentiveness, and everything you have done. We are so proud of you. Thank you so much. Speakers of the county assemblies, my colleagues, honorable members of the county assemblies, esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen, hamjambo. Hamjambo tena. It is with great sense of accomplishment and deep gratitude that I stand before you today as the chairperson of County Assemblies Forum to make the closing remarks for the 5th Legislative Summit. We have gathered here at the Age Convention Center with a shared purpose, and I believe we have achieved great strides towards it. The success of the summit can be attributed to all of us. This summit theme, championing accountability, strengthening oversight for the transparent leadership through legislative and policy reforms, has been a resounding success because of you. Over the past few days, we have engaged in rich discussions, tackled critical issues, and explored practical solutions aimed at strengthening oversight, enhancing accountability, and improving service delivery in our counties. From the pre-summit focusing on youth, women, and persons with disabilities, to the main session addressing oversight, budgeting, revenue sharing, and legislative reforms, this summit has truly served as a platform for learning, reflection, and collective action. Honorable members, during this summit, we have delved into crucial aspects of governance, from enhancing service delivery at the grassroots to the amplifying citizen participation in decision-making, all with the goal of fostering transparent, accountable, and truly effective leadership across our nation. Honorable members, allow me to express my sincere gratitude to the moderators and panelists. Through their well-thought insights and submissions, we have gained immense knowledge and awareness on matters of county governance. To all county assembly speakers who graced this legislative summit, my colleagues, we thank you for your active participation and commitment to collaborative governance and for your resilience throughout the session. Most importantly, I want to extend my heartfelt gratitude to all the MCAs for your unwavering commitment and active participation throughout the summit. Your full attendance and engagement from the very first session to the final deliberations have been truly commendable. The invaluable ideas you have shared have enriched our discussions. Your patience and dedication, even though the longest session, have demonstrated a deep commitment to strengthen devolution in Kenya. Honorable members, our collective voices is powerful, extremely powerful, and I believe the resolutions we have adopted today will go a long way in strengthening oversight, promoting transparency, and enhancing service delivery in our counties. Honorable members, among us were selected county assembly officers who played a pivotal role in the success of this summit. The sergeant-at-arms diligently ensured that the protocols, standards were upheld, creating a secure and well-organized environment within the convention center. Equally, the public relations officers were instrumental in facilitating a seamless registration process and ensuring that our guests received the highest standards of hospitality. Their dedication and professionalism significantly contributed to the coordination of the event. Honorable members, allow me to extend my sincere appreciation to the members of the fourth estate. The broadcasts and print media played a crucial role in ensuring that this summit received extensive coverage, enabling the broader public to stay informed about our discussions and key decisions. Their dedication to accurate and timely reporting has amplified the impact of our engagements, ensuring that the nation remains aware of the progress and milestone achieved during this summit. We also extend our heartfelt gratitude to all our development partners, devolution stakeholders, and sponsors for gracing and supporting this summit. May I also especially pass my regards to the CAF Executive Committee for their dedication and hard work in making this summit a success. I know you spent sleepless nights, but there is a reward for hard work. Without those CAV Executive Committee, this summit would not have been possible. We thank you for investing in the future of devolved governance in Kenya. Honorable members, I also wish to pass my regards to the participants of our pre-summit events, the persons with special needs, pre-summit, the youth MCS pre-summit, and the women MCS pre-summit. The contribution in these pre-summits have enriched our discussions and will undoubtedly shape our actions moving forward. The issue affecting these three groups has greatly enriched our discussions for the past 1 week. A special thank you to the County Assembly's Forum Secretariat, led by our Chief Executive Officer, Ms. Lona Losem, for their tireless efforts in organizing this successful summit. The dedication and attention to detail from the Secretariat team was commendable. A special thank you to Dr. Elijah Ambassa, our overall program coordinator, and Mr. Nimrod Taabu, our master of ceremony, for their expertise and guidance in delivering the outputs of the summit in a seamless manner. As we close, let us leave this summit not only with new knowledge, but with a renewed commitment to action that will uplift our counties and improve the lives of the people we serve. Let us continue working together to champion accountability, embrace innovation, and ensure that county assemblies remain strong pillars of good governance. With those few remarks, I officially declare the 5th Legislative Summit successfully concluded. May God bless you all. May God bless the County Assembly's Forum. May God bless Kenya. Asanteni sana, members and the staff and the Secretariat. I want to take this opportunity to say a special thanks to everybody who participated, everybody who played a role, even those who have already left. I want to say thank you so much. As we have just said and concluded, and in our resolutions, this is our baby. Let's implement the resolutions we have made, and we'll see a great change. As a SCAF, we are committed to the cause, and as your chairperson, I am committed to the cause. Thank you so much.
You, O loving one in heaven, we thank you for your care and your protection. You who is the giver of knowledge, wisdom, and understanding, you have surely sustained us, O Lord. When we started, Lord, we placed the function into your hands, and you have sustained us this far. We give you all glory and honor. All these honorable members and the people who participated here are just about to step out and go to their respective wards and counties, oh dear Lord. We pray for protection on the road. And we ask, loving Father, that all the people that came here committed to listen to us and to implement, that God, you'll give them a soft heart and ability to implement so that we may transform our country to the honor and glory of your name. Thank you, Lord, for this. We've been praying in advance for the lunch before us, that you'll sanctify it, make it useful to our bodies. Is our prayer in Jesus' name. Amen.